Back home, back live streaming, back to being better than ever. You have one little problem here, though. And just be forthright about it right off the bat. I left a tripod at the painting house. Accordingly, if I want to have a tripod, I'm going to have to go over there and get it. I might do that at some point here. I noticed as I drove past the house, I left the light on in the kitchen this morning anyway. Today, earlier. So, naturally, I'm inclined to go turn the light off. I'm also inclined to get my tripod. When I got home, I just took um, two antacid pills because my stomach acid was getting outrageous. I had just one cup of coffee at the casino and it just tore my stomach out. Is that Rachel? Is that Rachel J. Straskington III? Let me see. Hi, Rachel. Yes, I am home. Love you too, darling. It's good to be home. I haven't pulled any bong rips since I left, since before I left. And that's just not taking care of myself adequately. If you want to care about yourself, your being, your person, make sure you address critical things like pulling bong rips. Don't get stuck someplace out in the world without your bong, without your weed. It's like, oh, but I can't talk about bong rips. Come on, you. Don't be a scoundrelly scoundrel. There. Easy drive, as usual. It's kind of weird, but the drive to Turlock, even though it's at least a half an hour longer drive than to Juchansky, is actually an easier drive because it's less windy. All right. Let's pull this phone up. So needless to say, Rachel, I'm sure you've already figured this out. I lost tonight. But, it took me a long time to lose, and that's fine. I played poker for quite a long time. In the end, I busted out, but it was actually on a bad beat. I had the guy beat when I made the call, and then he sucked out a 2 on the river. Well, in part, it's because KE that I found this place in Sherlock that has poker. So it's not really a casino, it's a poker room. Which is a little bit different. I'm not a very good poker player, obviously, so. Hi, Joe. Brent Monkhouse says you were waiting for me to play Amazing Grace. Hi, how are you, Tiger? Don't smoke. This is not good for you? No, it is good for me. It's not good for you to tell other people what to do, though. What's up, Unc? How life and shit? How's the grind going and how's the fam? Everything's fine. Rachel's recovering from an infection. She's on antibiotics. Well, not in poker, K. Poker's a little different. It's true that the house wins by taking a rake. In other words, the house gets paid a little bit for every hand of poker that gets dealt and stuff. But when you're playing poker, you aren't gambling against the house and its advantage. You're gambling against other poker players, and you're paying the house to manage the whole thing. When I first logged on, I thought you were about to play the bagpipes, not smoking. Oh, don't worry, I'm not smoking cigarettes. I'm smoking weed. I also smoke cigarettes, but at the moment, I'm not smoking cigarettes. Now, it is the case, KE, that I always lose at poker, but it's not the house that wins. It's the other poker players. Dat Boy Klaus is currently smoking a cigarette. I'm not from Tennessee. I'm from California. From Mariposa, California. Which, you probably don't know this, but is where Yosemite is located. Yosemite being the rock climbing national park. It's got like El Capitan, Half Dome in it. We live really close to there. Because you're the only 10 I see. Oh, well, I'm wondering about your ability to numerically grade people accurately. Because, well, I'm a wonderful man. Don't get me wrong. No sane person would call me a 10. You're from Sacramento. Cool. We're about 3 hours from you. And I am looking forward to going to an athletics game in Sacramento next year. Well, the house doesn't always win, actually. I consistently do better when I'm gambling at like, table games than when I'm gambling in poker, because poker requires skill, whereas gambling on table games, mostly what it requires is bankroll management, like knowing when to leave. Obviously, if you go down from the outset, you lose, and that's it. But but usually you have some sort of time when you're up a bit, etc. If you can get up to double your money, then good time to go. Of course, with the casinos far away from me, that adds a mix, a sticky matter there in the mix, because I don't want to just arrive, double my money in 5 minutes, and leave right away. Everything is going okay. Happy holidays to you too. Also, Merry Christmas. Also, season's greetings. Also, Happy New Year. Marcus Aurelius, I did just start this live stream, yes. So yeah, I got kind of unlucky at the poker, actually. Usually I lose at poker because I suck at it. Today I lost more because I got unlucky. I have had too much pizza and pop. Yes, I do have advice for you, Robert Downey syndrome. You should take antacid pills. Hi, travel and eat with us. Perfection of character to live every day, your last day, without frenzy, sloth, or pretense. Oh, I mean, sometimes I want to be in a frenzy. Often I'm slothful. Um, Pretense. Pretense, I get, is mostly entirely bad, but Deadboy Cloud says the only time that I made money at a casino was because of a time constraint. Played 2 hands of blackjack, made $50 a month. I mean, not this time, not last time. Both this time and last time, I lost money. Um, I lost about 400 today. I lost 500 the other day. But the reason I even went back at all is because the time before that I won $2,300. So I'm still like um up. And if you measure all the times I've gone to the casino since I've moved here, I'm considerably up. I don't know why. Just lucky, I guess, you know. I don't have any captive Palestinians right now. I'm sorry. There's been such a demand for free Palestinians that, you know, I'm out of stock. But it's always been the case that, say, I almost never win a poker. I guess I'm just bad at it or something. I played really well tonight, actually. Like, I got my money in good every instance. I avoid all gambling. If I want to spend money, I'd rather consume instead. Well, I mean, sure, KE, but uh, I find it kind of entertaining. And as entertainment goes, the nice thing about gambling is that it doesn't necessarily cost money. It could make you money. I was stunned when I won $2,300 the other night. That's the most I've ever won gambling. Um, I've never lost close to that much gambling. When I lose, you know, I might lose $400 like I did tonight. But you know, that 2,300 I won, I started with 220 or something. And worked it up to 2,300 over the course of quite a number of hours of gambling. It's crazy. Tonight, on the other hand, was just a snake bet. Bad beats, suckouts, etc. It's different than well, I know, obviously most people lose to the casino. But KE, I'm Eric, okay? I will obviously lose to the casino over time also. Like if I just continually gamble at the casino, eventually I'll just lose all of my money. But the thing is, it doesn't exactly work like that, right? So I am, you know, it's like after I lost the last time I went, I said, oh, I'm not going to go again for a while. But then I went today to play poker, which is a little different, and I lost that again. And I'm just feeling like I don't even want to do that. It's boring. It's a long drive. And then when you're driving back and you've lost money, you feel like an idiot. So I probably won't go again for a long time. But but you know, it's conceivable that I might go play poker again next weekend or something. Um, it's kind of fun. Regardless, uh, I'm not worried about most people and their experiences with gambling. I don't really have, I'm not really addictive about it at all. Other things in life, I have a lot of trouble doing in moderation, maybe like drugs, like, you know, taking my Adderall at a reasonable pace, etc. But gambling, well, I don't seem to, I don't seem to have a problem with it at all. And uh, compared against other gamblers, I seem to be more effective than most at bankroll management and walking away, which are the key skills of gambling. Like I said, if you never go up, then, yeah, why do I do it then? For entertainment, Marcus Aurelius. Uh, I find it entertaining. I actually enjoyed myself tonight, even though I lost. Um, but Yeah, maybe you lose some money doing it, but you can't put a price on the joy of being in the moment. Well, I mean, casino is a nice place to be if you're gonna go out to go do something fun for the evening. Casinos are lively places, especially on a Saturday night like tonight, and a lot of people in there drinking. You know, people, at least at the poker room, people are pretty friendly and happy, and they're glad to be there. I think that's probably true at the casino as well, but maybe it attracts a little bit more depressing kind of gamblers. I don't know. I don't pay that much attention to them. It seems that the entertainment is fleeting and short term. Well, I mean, that's what entertainment is. If it were, if it stuck with you and had lasting impacts, then presumably it would be education. I mean, are you hearing me complaining about the entertainment? I mean, I was just saying, like, when I lose, especially if I lose twice in a row, like I did tonight and the last time, um, makes me not really want to go again for quite a long time. But typically it does that. But would it be would it be better somehow if we went out to dinner? And that also is fleeting, but it's still a perfectly fine thing to do as an activity, right? Keela Gigi, Girls' Generation Banger. Who's Girls' Generation Banger? I don't know. I get people critiquing that as a hobby or whatever, or form of entertainment, because it's like drinking. A lot of people have a problem with it, but it's like drinking. For people who don't have a problem with it, then they don't have a problem with it. So obviously, if I always won at gambling, I'd gamble just all the time, I guess. But um, I like winning, and then it brings me back to try again, maybe sooner rather than later. But I really don't like losing, so you know, obviously it makes me feel like a dummy when I lose money. It makes me not want to gamble again anytime soon. But it's also the case that there's not really anything to do around here. In the county, it's like nothing's really open late. Two things to do around here are go to the casino, Chansky Gold, or go to like Merced or Turlock. Merced has a casino I've never been to called Merced Casino, or Casino Merced, maybe. Never been to that one. But Merced has lots of various things, like a little city kind of. You go to In and Out in Merced, for example. This is the closest In and Out. Is it over an hour away? The ones who know will know. Yeah, I'm sure they will, KE, but what I'm saying is I don't know, and I want you to tell me. I could find Christ and pray for salvation. Isn't that more fun? You know, you make a good point, that boy Klaus, except here's the problem. I've already found Christ. He was hiding in the laundry basket. Typo, lol. Like your hat, my guy. How was your day? My day's great. Get her done, country fun. Canada. Get her done, country fun. Sounds like an American name. I guess that's why you put the Canada after it. To clarify. No, not American country. Canadian country. The countryest country of all. It's such a relief to have a couple of those antacid pills in my belly, but I almost feel like I could take another one. I was so stomach acidy off of just one cup of coffee at the burger run. It just tore them, made me feel like, oh no. Yeah, he's always hiding in the laundry basket. It's like, I tell him, dude, you already tried hiding there last time. You're gonna remember, obviously. And he's like, no, you're not gonna think I'm gonna hide in the same place again. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I think people's point about gambling is the people who do have a problem with it, kind of like alcohol, most often don't realize they have a problem until too late. I mean, that's not how it goes with alcohol at all. Um, you know, I knew early on that alcohol and I were a volatile pair. That I could tell very early on that once I started drinking, I shit got unpredictable fast. Like I might make some plan about how much to drink before starting to drink, but I wouldn't follow through on it, etc. So it's actually, I think what you're saying is incorrect, Kay. I think that alcoholics are alcoholic from birth, basically. Do I believe in aliens? Well, I don't believe in aliens traveling to Earth from other planets on a spaceship. Jimo Clopton. I'm saying it's just a general statement of why it can be a bit anxiety inducing and other people see someone picking it up as a hobby. Hmm, I don't know if I'd really call it a hobby or not. I'm not going to cover Sex Pistols. No, thank you. I look like John Jones. You mean the MMA fighter? Or is that Jon? That's Jon, huh? I don't look like John Jones, the MMA fighter. Do you even think about if them poor little Arab? What are you talking about? If I remember correctly, weren't you here like yesterday or something, talking some kind of stupid shit? I don't know, maybe I timed you out or something. I don't know what what you're all up about, C Jackson 5. Fred O'Donoho, where is this? This is Talking with Famous People, the internet's only YouTube channel. You're from Ireland, huh? I'm in California, America. Mariposa, to be specific. Home of Yosemite, the rock climbing national park. What is life? And is death even real? Well, life is life is a distinct object in space that is both a physical object and a metaphysical being uh, that operates according to biologics. That's probably not a very satisfying answer, though, right? It's like when you say what is life, what you really mean is why is life? You know, that's what we mean when we say that. What is life, or what's the meaning of life, or the purpose of life? What we really mean is why is life? And the answer is no one knows. We don't have any good answers. We don't have any good answers as to where species came from. We don't have any good answers as to why things are instead of not. We don't have any good answers as to whether or not our specific individual life will has any lasting form beyond the hard edge of death, you know. We just don't know. Nobody does. But you can certainly try to engage via faith those kinds of questions, and in that case you'll have whatever cosmological answers that faith-based behavior produces. But what I'm saying is we don't have good explanations for things. We don't have a good explanation for why life is rather than is not. We don't have a good explanation for where it came from. Like, how did species come about? Evolution fails to explain it adequately, obviously. And creationism is not an explanation. So we want a good explanation, but we don't have one. We want an explanation about what happens after death, but we don't have one. We have people positing various things and affirming or negating various things based on faith, but that's not an explanation. Baby, don't hurt me. Pi is life. Only if you are wanting to determine the area of a circle. Do we control time? Well, we are beings of time in the sense that having both in the moment experience and in the moment recall of previous experiences and an ongoing self-concept, right? That's built somewhat on previous experiences and somewhat on things implicit to your identity. Cakes over pies? Am I a writer? No, I'm not a writer. I was a debate coach. But now I'm semi-retired YouTuber. Been painting today. I got paint all over me because trying to get this income property that we have prepped up for rental, for vacation rental. So what am I doing now is I'm just kind of fucking around. But I'm starting to kick things into gear a bit more. In addition to getting the vacation rental up and running, I do plan to get a job this year at some point. No, I was not in World War II. I was born in 1971, which is some 25 years after the end of World War II. Show paintings. It's not that kind of painting. I'm painting the walls of the house. I might go over there, though. Are you Salah Ugroot? I have no idea what the fuck that means. I do not know what that means. Are you random? Are you Salah Ugroot? As far as I know, I'm not Salah Ugroot. But I could be wrong, because I don't know what it means. It's hard to say. I think that you probably have a lot of Salah Ugroot in you. When you first popped in the room, I said, doesn't that guy seem Salah Ugroot? And everyone's like, yeah, he does. Oh, stomach acid, you're no good. Have you given up on sleeping tonight? Probably. I mean, I might sleep at some point, but uh, I want to get a job at the bootjack market. They have a sign up saying that they're hiring. And I would like to work there because it's what I'm looking for, right? I'm looking for a job that doesn't have very much responsibility or decision making involved with it, where I can meet people from the community, have a variety of things happen in the course of a block of working hours, and then be able to have stuff that happened to me to talk about and shit like that. Be able to meet some people, etc. It's 5 a.m. here, and I decided to just start Sunday now instead. Yeah, well, I mean, Rachel and I are on the most haphazard sleep schedules of all time. Sometimes I have no idea when I'm going to go sleep. It could be middle of the day, could be 4 in the morning. What time is it now? 2:30? It's not going to be 4 in the morning. I sound like Red Dead Redemption character. A specific Red Dead Redemption character, or do they all sound the same? I'm unfamiliar with Red Dead Redemption. I know it's a video game, but I don't know anything more than that about it. Yeah, am I? Am I still all Groot? Maybe I am still all Groot. Still Groot. I need to go work out because my name is K. I'm gonna lift weights because my name is K. It's 5:30 a.m. in New York City. Bad SIs be bad juju. Well, it is the case that bad SI, sleeping at random times, not necessarily feeding yourself enough, and etc. That it can make living a rough go. There us something on you cloth. There's something on my cloth. Oh, that's paint. Because I've been painting and I don't paint in this jacket, but I think I must have bumped up against the wall or something. I put it on before I leave, I have the aspirational variant. I've got the delegatory variant, which is to say, I don't self-identify as doing the thing well. I don't think it really matters, intellectually anyway. I'd like to be able to delegate to somebody else if it were possible. But SI is a tough one to delegate, right? Like fourth slot, everybody wants to delegate their fourth slot to some extent. But some things are more difficult to delegate than others. My FIs be messed up. But it is the case that when I don't get enough sleep, I get emotional. And did a review of my 2024, and I think I got at least one of those I set last year done. Good for you. 3:30 a.m. in Canada, Alberta, 2:30 a.m. here in California. On your hand, yeah, I've got paint on my hand as well. Right there, you can see it. Some paint. I had a lot more paint on me, but I've been picking away at it since I quit painting. I might go back over there and paint some more right now, in a little bit. Not right this second. So, the number one thing on my list for 2025 is to not make lists of things to do. And to explain to Kay how she shouldn't either. I don't have any resolutions. I resolve to continue shitting on things like resolutions. I resolve to spit in the face of everything TE. That's my resolution.
I love you.
I love you too, darling. And that includes goals, resolutions, and other TE nonsense. I shit on its face because it deserves it. How do you see the kids of this last year's? Well, my daughter's 26. I was a debate coach for a long time, worked with young people, worked with middle schoolers, high schoolers. And I think they're fun. I think that, obviously there's an advantage to growing up in a digitally rich internet. It's the case necessarily that people who are, say, in hitting age, I don't know, 20 right now or something, they're vastly more well informed and they have vastly more resources to help them to understand things than did 20-year-olds when I was 20 years old, because we didn't really have the internet. It was just barely. You mean the 2024 generation? You mean, what do I think of babies born in 2024? I have no opinion about them. I don't know any newborn babies. I don't have any babies in my circle of friends. Jamo Clopton, you're 26. My daughter's 26. So you and she are the same age. And, she seems quite well adjusted and everything. It doesn't necessarily mean she's representative of her generation. I think as we move forward into time, into the future more, people are doing a better job of raising their kids. Just doing a better job of being good parents and stuff, by and large. Do I play instruments? I do. I play the guitar. I play. I also play the bass guitar. What do I think about Yorkshire Terriers born in South Carolina? Well, frankly, I think Yorkshire's for pudding. Sorry, but that's how I feel. I don't believe there are any such thing as Yorkshire Terriers. I think they're just regular terriers who want to put on affectations of fanciness. Poor doggos turned into food. Oh, did somebody eat them? I've not heard anything about this story. Somebody's eating dogs in America. Heaven forbid. Well, also, I'd say this. If you're going to make food out of a dog, why a British dog? Why not make food out of a French dog? I don't know, a French bulldog. Then it'd be fancier cuisine. Because, as you should all know, when you eat an animal that's originally from a country, it tastes like the food of that country. Well, are those hairless dogs? No. Yorkshire Terriers are not hairless at all. They're like they're like little stout, kind of curly hairish. I don't know. They look like Yorkshire Terriers. I would eat a hot dog. Well, don't eat dogs. Let's not eat dogs. How about that? You need to work on games sound effect. Well, I would be perfectly happy to do voiceover work for whatever. People tell me that all the time. Like, yeah, you should do voiceovers, narrator stuff, or whatever. But I would like to, in theory. I don't know anything about that, though, like how to do that. I don't necessarily want to put a lot of effort into attempting to do that. Well, thanks, random. Do you prefer tactile or linear switches? I don't know what the difference is. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, random. And you're not the first person to tell me that, but like I said, those kind of jobs don't find you. You've got to be looking for them, actively trying to get them. No, I, uh, I know you do it from home, and that all you need is a mic and a closet. But what you really need is not a mic in a closet or a more convenient structure of how to do the thing. It's you need somebody to want you to do that job. Somebody who has specifically work in that field who wants to hire you. And the thing is, I wouldn't necessarily even need to be paid a lot of money to do that. I'd be interested in doing it. So if somebody were looking for a person to fill that role in some production of theirs, I would, and if it weren't like a major Hollywood production or something, it was just some person making art, then you know, I'd be down to chip in that capacity. But what I'm not down to do apparently is go look for opportunities in that area. Or in any area really. Brisbane McPot says they've got the COVID. I am from California, USA. To a few UK audio studios. There are also a few in LA. Well, you know, the, the world by and large isn't meritocratic in a lot of ways. But for example, let's say, given that many people have indicated to me what randoms indicated, namely that I'd be good for voiceovers and stuff, narrator, cartoon character voice, something like that. But so if we were to assume that that's indicative of an actual quality that like is of sufficient note that it's presumably better than alternatives that are similar. If that's actually the case, right, let's say that it is, well, it's still just not the case that the world is that meritocratic. What is going to reward more then? than merit, like in that kind of situation, is go get 'emness, doing the legwork, finding stuff like that. To be fair, I know mostly motion capture ones, not pure voice ones, because it's part of production I'm not involved with. And I know people who are. If you're super interested, I could ask. Resourcefulness is a merit uh, only in the getting of the job, though, right? So the kind of skills that are required to do an excellent job of getting that job are dramatically different than the kind of skills that are required to do an excellent job in doing that job. I look like Arthur Morgan. I don't know who Arthur Morgan is, but I'm glad to know I look like him. He sounds like a beautiful, beautiful man. Would I rather 1v1 a tiger or a bear? What kind of bear? If it's a black bear, I'll take the black bear. Even if it's a brown bear, not a grizzly bear. But generally, I'd say you're better off with a bear because cats are very deadly predators, I guess. Well, KE, it might be the case that you're well served to hire somebody who displays plenty of initiative in finding the job opportunity and applying for it and selling themselves and stuff. It might be that you ought to reward that, but we know ultimately that in fact that's not how casting works. So the casting director wants the right look, the right, or in this case, voice, the right whatever, the right style of acting. They want the right person. And they are expressly not looking at irrelevancies like initiative that they can't even access, right? The initiative that one puts into getting a job like that in terms of finding the position, the opportunity, the open position of opportunity, applying for it in whatever way you do. Maybe doing an audition in front of people. Well, the only thing that they have access to really is the performance. That's all they're really evaluating. So it's like no casting director says, you know what? I love how you showed up, quite a bit early and had well organized handouts for each of us. Therefore, we're going to hire you as the actress to play Mia. Because, of course, that's not good acting. That's being a good secretary. We're making a lot of assumptions, though, about something you didn't even try yet. No, I'm not making assumptions of something I haven't tried yet. I'm saying that, unfortunately, for me, or whatever, if I don't do a lot of legwork, kind of pound the pavement stuff to try to make it happen, even if I'm the voice they're looking for or whatever, it doesn't matter because I'm not going to possibly get the work. In that regard, we know that, and I'm not saying it should be otherwise, but we know that the real world doesn't seek out talent usually. Instead, it lets talent come to it. So one could imagine that a situation where somebody comes around here who feels as random expressed, and you should use cookie dough. Yes, you should use cookie dough. Let's say somebody were to come around here and say, I'm just surfing the YouTubes right now, but actually in my day job, I'm a casting director for this animated series. And listening to you, I think you would be perfect for this role. Would you like to audition for it? I'd be like, yeah, fuck yeah, I would like to audition for it. I would love to do that. So one can conceive of a world in which a combination of luck and merit get one a job. But that's unlikely to happen. I'm not worried about the networking or any of the other things exactly, so much as just it's kind of a numbers game, right? If you want, if you want, if you realistically want to have a shot at landing one of those roles, especially if it's paying, you're going to have to send in samples of your voice or however they do it to many different things. It's not an expectation at all, okay? I'm explaining to you why it's not likely that I'm going to get that kind of work because I'm not trying to get that kind of work. I'm not saying it should fall in my lap. I'm not saying that that's my strategy that I'm waiting for it to fall in my lap. I'm just saying this is why I'm unlikely to get that kind of work, even if it is the case that I've got a great voice for it, as Random was saying. Hey, Flow State, how's it going? KE is trying to argue with me. Flow State and their viewers just joined. Say hello. Hello, Flow State. Because what I'm saying is that basically I'm never going to get a job as a voice actor or anything like that because I'm not trying to. It would be fun, but I'm not that motivated, you know? I'm just not that motivated to doing it. You're always trying to argue with me, Kay. You know you do. You love to argue with me. Like, Eric's wrong about this, and Eric's wrong about that. I mean, there are plenty of things in life that I have tried hard at, right? You know, I tried hard when I was coaching debate. There were times when I tried hard at the YouTube channel. I don't think I tried smart, you know. There's a difference between work hard and work smart. But I certainly had my time of trying hard at the YouTube channel. I have tried hard at writing books before, which I've written. I've written a novel and a novella and a grammar book, stuff like that. But I'm not trying hard to become an actor. I'm not trying at all to become an actor. I just said it would be cool. The novel title is Gospel of the Pantheon. I could, yeah, well, I generally worked hard and smart with debate stuff because it was comparatively easy to work smart. you had a finite number of things you could prep out, really, and you just kind of start at the most common or most likely or most obvious stuff, and depending on the topic, it frames itself out in certain ways, and you just start start at the most top level frame and work your way down. The topic right now is working hard, working smart, or not working at all. And in this case, high snow flow, hat on head. I see. The people actually came here from flow states. I'm not sure what that meant really, but I see there's like 75 people here, so obviously, obviously they must be here from flow state. So thank you for coming. I appreciate that. The topic: why try if you think you won't win? Well, I mean, it is the case that it's like people should try at things that they're good at. It's probably not it's probably not wise to put a lot of effort into things you aren't naturally gonna be excel at. But a lot of people do. So my friend Dave Porter, he's a great visual artist naturally. It's his natural talent is to draw pictures and stuff. But he spends all of his time playing music, working on music stuff, even though it's not naturally his most talented area. But he's gotten better and better and better at it because he's been working on it for years and years and years. In contrast, or similarly, I'm probably best at writing, but I prefer music. I prefer making music, and I would like to be successful at music, but I'm not naturally as good at it. So it seems like people tend to spend maybe more of their attention on something that's not natively right in their wheelhouse. Can we smoke here? I want to smoke in section. But yes, we're going to smoke right now. All smoke, you smoke, we all smoke for all smoke. Always try if you want something, if your chance is at anything above zero, because you're basically trading a high probability of failure with a certainty of failure. Well, the thing is, KE, presumably we all mildly want myriad things, more things than we could possibly have the time to do, nor the energy to do. So I mildly kind of want to go to Japan. I kind of want to, I kind of want to go back into debate coaching. I kind of want to get a job at the bootjack market. That one more strongly. You said, always try if you want something, if your chance is anything above zero. My dad used to carve cool pipes like that out of wood. He had his own tobacco shop. Well, this is not made of wood. This part is plastic or silicone. This is glass. How are backstack FI people supposed to figure out what they actually want? I mean, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. It's not so much how to figure out what they actually want. The challenge is how to figure out what they want, at least for me, what they want enough to choose to the exclusion of other things. Like for somebody like me, I can just sit around musing about possible things I might work on indefinitely. Sure, prioritize first, but the prioritization is not just based on feasibility, but also will and desire. Well, I agree with you. Okay, you know, I'm not currently at a time in my life when I'm super passionate about things that I'm doing. I have been much of my life prior to moving up here. You know, I used to make a lot more content, a lot more music, a lot more everything. And I felt like I was alive and growing as an artist, etc. But I've got kind of a weird attitude about it now. It's like if I'm going to be working on anything at all, I want to know better in advance. I want some idea to seize me and go, yes, this one. This is not just me working on just anything. It's working on something that represents a clear vision and that represents a vision that pops according to my intuition. Then I would have potentially adequate enthusiasm for the idea to really apply myself to it. I'm currently rather enthusiastic about the project of painting the other house, which I'm making excellent progress on, I must say. Right, but KE, you had a mild desire to go to Japan, so you stayed for a year, and now you're going to Japan. I mean, did you evaluate whether the money you saved to go to Japan might be spent on something for which you have more than a mild desire? Did you muse about all the possible things you could spend that money on? And which of the many things you had a slightly less mild desire for versus slightly more mild? It doesn't. The thing is, Katie, you're still young, you know? I was much more inclined to go with whatever without getting bogged down in decision making too much because I was still because I was still lost in childhood, you know. I feel as though I have executive function issues, and accordingly, um, I'm trying to strike this balance between getting into working on a given project, maybe like getting in a state of flow, for example, whether it be via Adderall or just because I'm excited about a project or something. Striking a balance between that and implementing some kind of ordinated set of steps towards a given vision, which is I'm I I'm much less inclined towards that latter one, but I'm much more inclined to just sort of hammering away something brute force in a flow state while I'm thwacked out and hope it turns out okay. You know, it's just I I spent too many years working like that, I guess, and that kind of work also is predicated on a certain kind of enthusiasm for what you're doing that I haven't quite gotten back yet. Like nowadays, when I take a bunch of Adderall, I don't play music really. I don't make music. I don't. At least I don't like write new songs or etc. We regret the things we didn't do more than things we did in the end. I mean, it depends which kind of person you are. I think, J. Powell. I think certainly some of us are going to end up regretting things we didn't do, but that's because, you know, but I think to regret things you didn't do, you need to have as a value, like experiences, going out and having experiences. If you don't, if you don't value that inherently as an absolute value, if instead, like, you want to go do this thing, it results in you kind of feeling like, well, it's a bit of a toss up. It seems like I'll be out of the house for an awful long time. And you're a trip. I'm going to subscribe. See you soon. Cool, Jomo Clopton. See you soon. Don't forget to rock and roll. Uh, I'm not Kenny Rogers. But I think that people who maybe make impulsive decisions, I don't know, somebody like I have in the past made some impulsive decisions, maybe some unwise decisions, we're more likely to regret things we did. I find in this stage of my life that when I am feeling ontological pain because I'm remembering shit, what I'm mostly feeling bad about or experiencing consequences for is instances where I wasn't kind enough to somebody, when I wasn't considerate, when I hurt someone's feelings, shit like that, where it's gonna make me feel guilty. That's the worst for me. So that would be an example of me regretting something I did, right? Not something I didn't do. But if you have better emotional intelligence than I do or something, then you might not have that problem. I'm gonna play this one song for you guys here because there's so many people here. Let's just play one song. Hopefully you like it. It's called Gregory in Disguise. People tend to like this song. Of all the songs I've made, they like this one the best. It's not plugged in, huh? That's fine. I guess I don't really need that. Fine. We don't need you, amplifier. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them until the bridge brings a new approach. And sneakily he'll try to approach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, because he's Gregory in disguise. There. So that was that. Here's a song for you. Not bad. I only lost like 15 people during that song. That's pretty good. Normally you play a song, you're going to lose a lot more than that. I will, anyway. Let's go smoke a cigarette. No, I'm a right-handed guitarist. I mean, I use my right hand to strum and my left hand to fret push down the frets. Apply the same logic to anything that matters, then nothing does. Apply what logic to anything that matters? I don't know what logic you're talking about. Is it some of my logic? Okay, life isn't about the destination. Don't do things focusing on the end, says J. Powell. Bobby Fischer, if he was clinically sane. I'm drifting off. I gotta go to sleep. Good night, Snow. The things my dad did was mind-boggling. He did it so fast, it just came naturally. The reason I'm single, says KE, is because unless it feels like someone I will stay with until I die, I don't even want to waste my time or emotions to feel temporary loneliness. I don't think life is about destination either, J. Powell, but I am not an aimless hiker kind of person. Some people enjoy that. It gives me anxiety. I know it's all artificial, but I need it regardless. I'm not an aimless hiker type either. But, sometimes it can be difficult to find a aimful hike. You find yourself challenged to choose between aimless hikes and not hiking at all. That's not my experience. At least I think humans are built different. I'm like a Sisyphus. If I don't have a boulder to push, then I'm even more miserable. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's, and season's greetings. I have a question. Who did? God did. Is that a question? I'm a lefty and righty. Districts? Ambidextrous. Yeah, that's that one. I don't know how to spell that word. Well, you spelled it close enough the second time. It's meaningful because I chose it. You chose what? You don't need to have the meaning be universal. Well, that's fine. I mean, things should be personally meaningful to you. Are you dexterous? Good question. No, I don't fret with both hands. I don't know who frets with both hands. I don't think anybody does that. I have a question. Who did God did? That's not, I don't know what to make of that exactly. So do you play guitar with both hands? Like, do you switch them up? Like, sometimes you turn the guitar this way and sometimes this way? Normally, if you're playing left-handed, they string it differently. It's not just changing what you do with your hands. They string it backwards. The destination of the hike, Eric. I want a King G, not a Prince. You want a King G? What's that? Pretty cat? I'm not. Okay, I'm not going back to the casino to win anything or lose anything. Not anytime soon, that's for sure. For one thing, Pretty Cat, I I definitely don't love the commentary, so that's a pretty good reason to stay away from that as well. I don't need Putty Cat scolding me, but it certainly makes sense that he'd critique me for doing something so dumb as losing money at the casino. So, probably the best solution is just to not go to the casino for a while. This was actually a different place I went to tonight. You could call it a casino I went to tonight, but really, I went to a poker room tonight, which is different. The casino doesn't have poker. The poker room in Turlock has poker. It's still gambling, but it's it's different. I don't know. It takes longer, lower stakes. And unlike usual, I lost at poker tonight, mostly because I got unlucky. Like, I people would suck. I got sucked out on a couple of fairly large hands, and had my money and good with the like. We both had an ace. I had a better kicker, on the river. He had ace two, two hits, and now he's got two pairs, and I got one pair. Yeah, what are you gonna do about that? He's got four cards on the board. I've got an ace. He's got an ace. But he's got ace two. Terrible kicker. It's not gonna play. I should win the hand, but then the two comes out on the river, and he sucks out, and you got. All of a sudden, you've lost $80 in that hand or something. What are those? Are those two different drones? Oh, never mind. That's just the neighbor's Christmas lights. I got a little confused by confusions. Maybe you've heard of them before? No? Too confusing for you? I got one tiny ball. Well, good for you. Good for you. What are you going to use it for? Are you going to try to make a baby with it? I mean, you wouldn't really use the ball directly, but you know what I'm saying. Not much you can do different on that hand. Seems you had the right strategy. Yeah, well. I also had a couple of split pots tonight where went to the showdown, we had the same hand. So that kind of interferes with your profiting from those pots. I don't know. Just shit didn't land quite in my favor, and that's fine. It's gonna happen. There were a couple other bad beats I took too. I don't remember them. The reason I remember that ace two thing is because it was my last hand. It was like my last 80 some dollars in chips, and it's like, all right, good night. That's enough. That's enough losing poker. It's like normally it doesn't. I'm just so accustomed to always losing in poker, but normally it's because I'm bad at poker, not because I got unlucky. Tonight is an exception. In general, poker involves a lot more luck than it's made out to involve. It's like, with one hand that I won a decent pot on, the flop came and I had two diamonds, including the queen. I came out two diamonds, and I was compelled to either call a large bet at the point of like $60 or something. Somebody went all in. It was kind of small stacked. Because I bought in for 200 at a time, but 2 bullets at 200. But the what is it called? A lot of people at the table had more than that. Bought them for 300, 400, whatever. So this lady had like 60 or something chips left. She went all in, and I had to call that, and it hit. I got my diamond hit, but it's like that's what poker is a lot about. It's about the fact that in that situation, I made the right decision. I knew I had a lot of outs because any diamond made a flush for me. I think I had some kind of like gut shot straight draw or something. But yeah, it's like I may have been ahead in the hand because my hand wasn't made yet, but I had so many outs. Probably I was ahead, but I still didn't make. I still hadn't made the hand yet. It was still the right decision, but it could easily have come out, club hard or something, and man would have lost a big pot then too, or would have lasted less long. That's what anybody poker involves a lot of luck. Making the right decision in the best case scenario, you could have 100% certainty. Like I've got the absolute nuts, and the board's all out. No way I can lose, but that's an extremely rare situation. Most of the time, like if you get your chips in before the flop, the best case scenario is you have an 80% chance of winning if you're heads up against one other person. So I'd be like, I've got kings, they've got queens. There'd be 80% chance of me winning because both people have a pocket pair. Each of them is drawing to two outs to a set, and assuming none of the other kings or queens have been dealt. And if neither hand improves, then kings win. But even that's only 80%. I should repent for my sinful lifestyle. What makes you think my lifestyle is sinful? Okay, in 1 hour, if you see me here, tell me off or time me out even. I won't do that, but I might remind you if I remember, but I probably won't. Kitty, will you stop meowing at me? So what makes you think my lifestyle is sinful, Phil K? What sin do you think I've committed? Trouble? Is watching you eat a sin? I don't know if it's a sin, but it is an unwanted pain in the ass. I'd rather not have to watch the cat eat, where he will meow at me until I'm deafened by his meows if I don't. We might just go right now, I think, and head over to the other house, get some painting done. Maybe it'll make me feel a little bit better about being dumb and losing money. I'm just going to deposit the rest of the money that I have for the leftover winnings from the time to go to Chauncey Gold. I still have like $1,600. So I'm gonna just deposit that. don't gamble again anytime soon. I think Phil thinks gambling is the sin. Well, gambling ain't that a sin. I mean, it's not wise. It's probably not a good decision, but it's not a sin. God himself gambled on Sodom and Gomorrah. And Sodom and Gomorrah lost. God himself gambled on the Tower of Babel. And the Tower of Babel lost. Indeed, he gambled on Adam and Eve. And he lost. And Eve, in her seductress ways, convinced poor helpless Adam to eat the apple that he wasn't supposed to eat. Yeah, I'm ahead. But, it doesn't stop me from feeling down about being less ahead than I could be. I have to go to the bathroom. So you guys can look over here at this towel and this outlet. You can enjoy the sights and sounds of Towel Outlet Incorporated. The outlet and towel store that meets all of your towel and outlet needs. What a wonderful experience of urination. When I make some urine, everything is beautiful. All right, so let's do it. Let's go to the other house and let's do some painting. I'll paint this and you paint that, and we'll paint together and it'll be rad. You'll see how fun it is. We'll go and paint some shit. Now, one of the nice things about going to paint some stuff is you might be saying to yourself, Eric, where's your tripod? Why are you playing full phone? It's over at the other house. I left it over there, so it's a good reason to go over there too, to get the tripod. But while I'm there, I might as well get some painting done. I have not that much of the kitchen left to go, but I've got a couple of hard spots, namely behind the stove and behind the fridge. Now I'm thinking I probably don't have to completely paint behind those things or do a particularly good job. The part where you can't see it, it's like, is there really even any reason to paint it back there at all? But you have to get in some distance from the edges of the appliance, right? So that the part that's not dealt with is truly not ever going to be seen. So we'll go get in a little wilderness car. We'll head over there. I believe I have a charger over there already. And we will we'll check it out. We'll see what's going on. We'll pour some paint. And we'll dip a fresh roller into a nice handful of white paint. We'll get that kitchen done. And then do touch-ups as needed as well. It's like there's still some kind of half-assed spots that I need to get. We'll get those. Okay, so let me go into the other room for a second and gather a couple of things that I'm going to need. Mostly just my keys, I guess. My keys and your mom's face. Alright, I guess I don't really need your mom's face. We can do without it. So fine, I've got that, I've got cigarettes. Might as well just go. I just went pee. Trump is like Allah. Trump is a lot like Allah. In that they both have 5 letters. So they do have that in common. And you were wise to point that out. Alright, so we're going to head over there to the other house. I'm going to take this hat off. And put this hat on. It's a little warmer. And then I could take this TV and a laptop over there with the HDMI cable. But I'm not going to be having a shit ton of time to be looking at the chat anyway. I'm probably going to be painting. So let's just go. Let's just go and stop mewling back and forth about things. Who do I hate? I hate myself. Why do I hate myself? 'Cause I'm dumb. I've been on a bit of a hate myself kick lately. It's kind of a bad habit, but I'm completely OCD about it. Let's see. Many times a day, I say, I hate myself, I hate myself. And then I sometimes say, IHATEMYSELF. I hate myself. It's good to spell it, you know. IHATEMYSELF. I hate myself. It's like a cheer that way. Everybody enjoys cheers. It makes even self-loathing have more pep, more school spirit. All right. Well, self-loathing notwithstanding, you should be aware, if you are not accustomed to this little ride we're going to take here, when I go between the Wi-Fi of this house and the Wi-Fi of the other house, on the road in between the two locations, you're going to be disconnected for about 60 to 90 seconds. 1 minute to a minute and a half. And I have little doubt that when I reconnect, a substantial number of people have been like, oh, Rob, baby, this is garbage. What is it? But I'll be right back, okay? It's literally like a block away. Let me get the twanger from garage door. Okay. Now let's go. Let's go over there. Let's do our thing. Let's learn and live and laugh and ling. I'll put the garage door opener right there. There it goes. Put the key in the little organized car. Ignition. And then we're off to go to see the wizard. The wonderful Wizard of Oz. shortly. Don't be scared. We'll be right back. And we're back. Here's the thing. It's super dark. And I need to have lights on out here so I can not die when I walk up these steps. But tonight, we're just going to have to take the risk. I didn't remember to bring a flashlight or anything. I do have my lighter here. That helps. That'll be fine. Good enough. Looks like they told me. Alright. Let's turn on some lights. Did I leave the heater on? I didn't mean to do that. I wonder if it's warm in here. Oh well. Such is life. So, now that we're here, we can get a little painting done. So, let's see here. What's going on with this? There. Alright. I've got all on here to over there to paint, etc. I just got like a light coat on. But I need to get behind this oven and behind the fridge. So we're gonna have to pull this out, I guess. And I should just go ahead and try to do that then. Let's see if this is easily moved or not. Not that hard to move. Alright. Looks like it has a fair amount of play left in its cords and stuff. It's got a water connection cable thing too for the ice and water. So I have to make sure not to, pull those out. Oh, I see, it has wheels. I don't need to walk it, it has wheels. Well, isn't that convenient? Alright, so we'll have to get back here. And I need to maybe wipe up the spider webs and stuff first. So, how to wipe up spider webs? Well, I don't unfortunately have all my stuff over here that I have at my house, like vacuums and stuff, but I got a broom I could use. That should be adequate, I suppose. I thought I brought more paper towels over. What did I do with them? Maybe I left them in the back of the little wilderness car. I don't want to get those though. Alright, well just use the, I guess I just use the broom. Alright. This broom is a anti-spiderweb broom. that would use to sweep away the spider webs and other dirtiness that's accumulated on the wall back here. So that it won't be covered in filthiness when I paint it. I wish I had eaten something at home. What a dumbass I am. Not eating at home. Going to the casino. Losing money. What a dumbass I am. Like, did somebody spike my coffee with dumbass pills? Probably. Unfortunately, that somebody was me. Alright, so I'm going to take this jacket off because I don't want to get paint on it. And then we're going to get to work. We're going to get right down to work, friends. That's enough but fuckery and shenanigans. We're getting right down to work. And rinse this brush off a little bit more. Don't slather shit all over the place, dumbass. Alright, now I'm going to pour this paint into this, yeah. Where's the key? Where's the paint can key? Here's, well, this is not the paint can key. Here we go. I found it. Found one of them. This is good enough. We're going to open this. Now, I've used part of this gallon already, but I'm going to give it a little shakeroo. Then we're going to open it using this key. Okay, we're opening this gallon of paint here using this key. Huh? There we go. Now, I'm going to pour it into this pan. I'm just going to pour it all in here. There is going to be a little bit of a remnant in the can, and that's fine. I'm going to get the drips off of the can. Keeping a clean paint can is always advisable. Put the lid back on. Oh, God. Yes. Oh, God. What is wrong with you? Alright, I need to go get some tissue paper from the bathroom, toilet paper, because I don't think I brought my paper towels out. Alright. So we get this paint that I splattered on the floor like a dumbass. And wipe it up. There, that's fine. Throw that over there. And now we're ready to start putting paint on the wall. That is the job when you're painting things. To get paint from the pan onto the wall. So, we're going to get this brand new roller lathered up with a little bit of the old painteroo. You gotta get it broken in, when you got a new one. Gotta give it a little massaging around. Alright, so I'm going straight to this wall behind the fridge. In the status quo, it's rather well and carefully painted in the old color, so I guess I'll try to do a good job myself. Especially given how easily the fridge moves out. Now that I know it has wheels. Okay. Let me bring it over here so you can get a bird's eye view of all the hot painting action. I think you're going to love every second of this hot painting action. I don't want you to miss a moment. Not even a single moment. You know what? I'm going to put you guys back here. I'm going to be smart. I'm going to put you right here. And I'm going to scoot you down a bit so you can see what's going on here on the painting wall. This stuff, trash. Okay. Let's bring you over to more towards the edge here. There we go. Obviously, in an ideal world, I tape this edge. I probably will. I'm going to have to go back over with the brush to get these edges in here. I can tape it. That'll be a little bit easier to deal with once it's taped. Alright. Making good progress after this morning when I did the annoying part with the brush where I gotta go up around and do all the corners and stuff. This seems so much faster by comparison. Obviously, a roller is rather more efficient than a brush. Oh, there. Okay. So, I'm going to get this paint onto this wall as premier as best we can. Try to get in there like so. Like so. We'll just try to get that close to the edge as we can without running the risk of getting paint there. And we'll follow up with tape and a brush over. Okay, well, Eric, good news is you're making progress. You're not stuck in the doldrums of failure. And that's good. It's better than bad, anyway. All right. Let's get it right here. And get all of this ball down here. all the way to the baseboard. Put more paint on the roller. Okay. Let's take a gander at some of this exciting stuff we're seeing here. A little bit more up close, a little bit more personal. Okay, I'm going to put you over here now. So you can see what's going on this wall. It's a pretty important wall. You see that? It's a little something I call painting. When everything's really going exactly as you want it to in life, then and only then will you be able to paint with the artistry that I'm painting with right now. Okay, so get down here, get over here. I've got it in a double coat of up here, right over here, but I need to get over here still. And I would say, first let's do this. Okay. Got a decent initial coat there on this wall. Not perfect, but we also need to get the ceiling in here where it hasn't been gotten in some spots. Some spots have been gotten, but okay. Let's go down there now. As you can see, we've got a fair amount of this stuff that needs to be gone over. Okay. All right, let's get some more paint on this. All right. So obviously, in tight quarters like this, it's kind of tricky to move around with this paint tray. I'm going to come over here. Obviously, I don't want to spill paint. And holding a paint tray with paint in it while you're painting with the other hand is definitely a recipe for spilling paint. I'm doing it anyway at the moment, but I definitely don't recommend it. It'd be better off putting this on top of the fridge, I guess. It's a little high. Okay. We've gotten some paint on this bad boy. This roller. And I think we're ready to put it on the wall. Yes, good, good. Very nice. Wonderful. Yes, that's it. Very nice. Wonderful. You're doing a wonderful job. Okay. So what am I going to do now? What spots am I going to address here? What I do need to do back here, let me try to get here behind the stove without pulling it out very much. Let's see. All right. So I guess the first thing I want to do before I even move over there is try to get this ceiling area here, which has spotty coverage at best. Which includes over here. Let's start over here. Okay. Okay. Is that tiring? Yes. But not as tiring as doing a high step with a brush. Okay. Progress. I'm gonna get over here a little thicker as well. You can see it needs a little bit more of a coating. Eric, get your adverbs here. Eric, get your adverbs here. All right, so I'm gonna get this nice, good, thorough coat, and then I'll go fix the edges with the brush later. Alright. Return to the ceiling now. I'm going to get a little paint on there, but not too much paint. Just the right amount. Okay. Let's get a little bit more paint on here. Not too much more. Let's get this. Get over here. Make sure we get basically the whole ceiling, everything more than once, you know. Should get coverage on all the slightly bare spots and stuff. You have to go probably hit that corner again with the brush at some point because it's a little thin. Not unexpectedly, I guess. Okay. Okay. So we're getting the ceiling nice and good. Get over here too. Make sure that I've gotten good coverage there. It's kind of hard to see the ceiling, you know, because the old ceiling color wasn't that much different than the new color compared to, say, the walls, which are kind of grayish blue. But, you know, we'll make it happen. I hate myself all of the time now. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. Okay. That is not for the faint of heart. Alright, let's look up here. You can see kind of up here where the ceiling hasn't been gotten yet. I'm going to bring this stepping stool so I don't have to reach quite as much. All right. Okay. Obviously, there's a bit of pain in the ass, but A lot of good things in life aren't easy. You know, we might wish they were easier. We might limit some of the aspects of a given thing that we don't enjoy so much. But one way or another, we seem to muddle through. Oh, somebody, please. Put me out of my misery. All right. Well, let's paint up here a bit. Make sure we've gotten both up here adequately. Let's get a little secret. Up there on the ladder, you can see that it wasn't painted adequately right above this door. But with equal significance, we need to address the ceiling, which I've only got haphazardly heretofore. Whew. Boy, that's not that easy. All this, lifting my arm above my head shit. Okay. I'm not loving the coverage here. Understandable, I wouldn't love the coverage here because it was put here by a brush, which is not going to give you quite as good a coverage. All right. All right. Now, back to the ceiling. Make some progress on the ceiling. About to burn through our 4th gallon of paint with 1 gallon to go until I gotta go back to the store and get more paint. Okay, well, get the ceiling here, right here. Make sure I get next to this fan. Alright, turn this light on. Now I can see a little bit better. Okay. Let's see what we're looking at here. More ceiling. Yes, it's a pain in the ass. Yes, it's tiring. But we're coming to the end of this pan of paint, which is nice. Then we'll take a break, probably go back to the other house, eat something, because I should have eaten something before I left there. At least a yogurt or something. Okay. Boy, that's tiring. But, you can't make an omelet without tiring a few arms out. Okay. Okay. Whew. Somebody call the fire department and tell them that I'm on fire with tiredness. Alright. What else? Where else do I see a bit of ungotten ceiling or something? I guess this seems a little undergotten here. Okay. Whew. Let's go back over here now. I think I've done a pretty good job of the ceiling. I probably have to do more touch-ups on the ceiling during the day when I can see it a little bit better. But in the interim, I can get behind this stove. That's one place that needs to be gotten. Okay. All right. We're making good progress. All right, there we go. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm hating myself all of the time. Okay. Now I need to go over to the other side of this thing. Busy times, busy Eric, busy ways, busy times. All right. I'm going to get over here with this roller. All right. I may not do such a thorough job of painting behind the stove. So it's harder to get out in the fridge, and there's more kinds of shit attached to it with less play. So let me just do a job that's kind of like aware that it's behind something and therefore not being very exacting. All right. Okay. All right. Doesn't have to be perfect. And making some progress. We're gonna get this. We're gonna need tape probably along the bottom of this, although it is white. There we go. Look at that. Oh, edge that out with a brush. Woo. Hit the ceiling over here too. We're coming to the end of this pan of paint, which is cool because I'm tired of painting. Mostly because I need to eat, really. God damn it. Okay. I have to go around that light with a brush. All right. At this point, we are well and truly making substantial progress on the kitchen. Almost to the point where it's like, okay, okay. There. Okay. Okay. Now I guess I can get the rest of this off with a brush, maybe? I guess I'll just try to go over some spots that may need more on the ceiling, I guess. The roller. Very little left. And the pan. There's a little bit left in the can too. Because you never pour out all the paint in one pour. And the way you get it all out is by getting the residuals with a brush. Okay, we're gonna go I guess we'll go like here. All right. So, I guess this is about done. Got more or less all of the paint out of the pan. All right. So now what we're going to do, we're just going to leave that roller as is. And the reason for that is because I'm just going to toss it and put a new roller on when next I come roll. All right. Now let's smoke a cigarette, have a sip of this coffee here, and put on my glasses, see if there's anybody still here, despite my disengagement because of painting. Let's find out. Whew. That's a tiring bunch of bananas. Finding life meaning in paper airplanes and the random smiles encountered on the road. Okay. Those things are expressly things that don't mean things. It's the opposite of things that mean stuff. See, I told you how you're always trying to argue with me. I don't need the hat on. I don't know why I have it on. I find life's meaning in what? Meaningful things. Things like musing about the nature of the universe and quantum mechanics and other fancy things. Things way too fancy for you, K.E. My things are too fancy. That's why you have to do those simple, basic things, you know. Random smiles. You don't even know if they're smiling at you, okay? They could be smiling at somebody else and frowning at you. And you're going to find meaning in that? Well, the only meaning is they're upset at you about something. That's why they're frowning at you. And you're so oblivious, you don't even notice it. Some kind of sweaty-ish work there. Let's turn on the outside light. All right. As you see, we've got this yellow light here. It's shooting a ray of light at me. Oh no! Oh no! No, I'm shooting the ray of light. With my eye. Good morning, Acacia. Turian training. Do you mean durian fruit? Are you training to eat durian fruits, K.E.? Yeah, they're quite stinky. It's requested that you please not eat durian fruit in the public areas. That's better. With my sweat-covered hair, I need every bit of hat I can get. It's now 4:25 in the morning. What do you think about that? Am I a diddle or a lazy fiddle? Inquiring Erics want to know. You feel proud of yourself when you're SE? Yeah, it's weird, KE. It's like I'm enjoying doing this painting project. I'll be glad to get it done, but I don't know if it makes me feel proud of myself or not. I get used to it more than it does now. Now I just think, well, about time, you know. When I think about it now, it's like, I mean, why be proud of myself for passing the standard of such a low bar? Get Mass Effect. What's Mass Effect? What is assuming that you are who you think I am? I didn't say anything about what you did. I just said what I experienced. You know, when I was younger, I definitely did feel more proud of myself when I got things accomplished. That's you know. But nowadays, it just feels like I'm setting the bar too low. The amount of SEing I do, I guess, doesn't even. Then why would you say you was? Okay, well, KE, I mean, I don't care about your type at all, so couldn't care less. I am, after all, foremost an SI user, right? Which means I experience you as you. I don't think about you in terms of being a certain type or whatever. I don't really do that with anybody. I mean, maybe if I'm meeting them for the first time and they're giving like obvious cues of yeah, then I'll think about it a bit, but yeah. I probably should be more aware of frame level stuff that is explanatory to my experiences, but I generally don't pay attention to that stuff that much. I mean, it's like I'm evaluating things people say to determine if they're correct or incorrect. It doesn't matter what type they are. Right's right, wrong's wrong. You could be an ENTJ, INTJ, an ESFP, an INTP, doesn't matter. Like, I think Dr. Ingram's an INTP. Doesn't matter. He receives exactly the same consequences for wrongness as anybody else. Namely, he gets corrected, and if I'm not mad, hopefully gets corrected gently in ways that are instructive to him, but not too traumatic. Because it definitely is the case that getting yelled at by me can be a little traumatic. I should know I yell at myself all the time. I don't think I traumatize myself by yelling that much, but I'm probably wrong about that. So, self-love is difficult. Self-liking, either one is difficult. It's like, I think the more disinterested your calculus is, the more difficulty you're going to have with self-love, because if you're treating everything in the world objectively, that includes your own failings, shortcomings, inadequacies, whatever you want to call them, and because you want to be fair, because it's your tool function, you tend to be harder on yourself than on other people. I have a much easier time forgiving other people than I do myself. I think I don't have a hard time at all forgiving other people, provided they repent, provided they're accountable, they acknowledge what happened, they don't try to push bullshit narratives, stuff like that. I don't really have any problem letting bygones be bygones, but of course, the people who most need accountability, generally speaking, are the ones who are desperately going to avoid it with every ounce of effort and power within their scope. Those scoundrels are the people I call accountability avoidance syndrome people, or ASS. The thing for it, ASS. Sometimes called various things like narcissism, sociopathy, dark triad. Oh shit, did I push on this door? Oh, god damn it, Eric. That door's got wet paint on it, you dumbass. Well, now what? Now I'm going to wipe it off. It'll have to do. I don't know. Good enough, right? Alright, so we need to turn off some lights now. And definitely turn up the heater this time, especially. I'm not so worried about a little bit of electricity here and there, but I don't need to be burning propane when nobody's here, that's for sure. Okay. Light switches. Where are the light switches I'm looking for? Well, there's this light switch. Wow. Look at it work. Look how it turns off the lights. This light switch. There's that light switch. And this light switch. Now it's too dark in here. All right, we'll turn that light on for a second. I'm going to get my copepe. And we're going to turn off the heater so we do not burn through propane. Now we'll turn this light off. We'll go out here. Outside where the cold wind blows. Where the darkness of night frightens everybody all of the time. Alright, when we get home, what do you guys want to eat? I think I might make bacon. But I could also just have a couple of yogurts, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I could just have a kick in the face. That would be appropriate. But you know, it seems like when you need someone to kick you in the face, there's just never anybody around. These steps are so sketchy. We've got to put lights out here. These are like seriously the history sketchiest steps. I mean, the steps are fine. They're not like, oh, Jesus Christ. They're not like janky or anything, but you can't see anything at all when it's dark out here. I can't believe Ruben and Vacation ever complained about that. I certainly would have. Hey, get your lazy ass over here and put some lights, motherfucker. I almost fell down. That's what I would have been like. But I guess maybe they just stayed inside all night. Oh, Ruben. We can't go outside now. It's dark. We'll die on the steps. And for the last time, no, I don't mean the steppes of Mongolia. You and your ways. Will you just stand properly, please, for a second? Let me deal with shit. I tell you, you guys, you are a lot like a newborn baby. That's how much, energy and attention you require. Constantly wanting to suck my tit. And, complain about things. Like, I'm just a baby. I can't even eat anything but mush. Hey, join the crowd, baby. I also can't eat anything but mush. At least you'll grow teeth. Here we go. Let's go home now. We're going to be separating from one another briefly on this interrupted stretch of road where there's no Wi-Fi. But I'll be back in like 90 seconds. So just hold your horses, chill your bills, and fill your swill with Jill. See you soon. All of the time. Which, when I go there, I just think like, wow, this house is kind of cramped. Just moving stuff around a little bit to paint feels like I'm having to tiptoe through the tulips. All right. Are you ready for some relaxation? A little bit of food, and perhaps a few bong rips? Well, if you said yes to any of those things, then you're in the right place. All right. I'm going to put this here. Put this here. Put that there. There. Now we're back. Why do I keep singing the masturbation song? Well, for me, that song has different lyrics. It says, I hate myself when I think about me. When I think about me, I hate myself. Why I don't know anybody else. And then I transition into the growing pagan song. The best is ready to begin. As long as we got each other. Because that's what segues into, you know. As long as I hate myself, I will always have to hate myself, baby, me and me. Hate myself. Sharing the hatred and hate. You know, it's one of those songs. There. Now it's tall enough. So, right, food. We're going to eat a little something food-wise. Let's have a yogurt to start. That'll segue us into something more substantial. It'll give me a little tide me over, as they say. I'm going to tide me over to at least be able to pull a few bong reps before worrying about additional food concerns. One imagines, one supposes, and one hopes. One never really knows. Alright. Now that we are home, I'm going to take off this hat. It's not that cold in here. And I'm going to take off this jacket for the same reason. Because it's not that cold in here. Alright. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly. I am physically tired. I'm mentally tired. I'm emotionally tired. But intellectually, I'm fully rested. This yogurt is peach. Yoplait peach yogurt. It's a staple food. Yeah, we went through a little phase where I stopped getting yogurts, but there's a perfect like instant food, you know? Icon, man. Your body feels like, oh, I need to eat something. But you're not really in the mood to make a whole thing. Don't worry, Yoplait has made the whole thing for you already. It'll give you satisfaction, delight, effervescence, the whole 9 yards. I like Greek yogurt alright too, but But to be honest, I'm not quite sure what the whole fascination with it is. It doesn't seem better than regular yogurt to me. It tastes a little different, but I think regular yogurt's delicious. Peach or mango? I thought you lived in England. Don't you live in England, Conan? And what are you doing in England on holiday? Are you having some beef and kidney pie? Are you seeing a Shakespeare play at the Globe Theater? Are you arm wrestling King Charles? What are some of the other things that you can do when you're on holiday in England? Hmm. Well, not very much of it. BYU seems to have Colorado outmatched at every turn, you know? Colorado couldn't stop them for shit. But that wasn't the only thing. I mean, they couldn't score either. I mean, eventually they did, but am I swimming the English Channel? Not planning on it, no. Uh, I don't believe in traveling across water. Kind of like a vampire in that regard. You watch Twelfth Night, but no idea about the story. Yeah, it's Twelfth Night is a comedy, I believe. They're not necessarily. I mean, it's like, why are we still watching Shakespeare plays at all? They got this weird, antiquated, stilted language. Maybe they've got some good plots, I guess. Presumably they do, since everybody seems to make such a fuss about that. Like, well, instead of writing my own movie, I'll just do a a modernization of Taming of the Shrew or something. But yeah, I just don't know why we're so obsessed with that guy. If you look at his verse, his like sonnets and shit, he's he's not very metrically sound. He's rather sloppy. John Milton was a way better poet than Shakespeare. Granted, Milton didn't write plays, but G is singing a Cardigan song. Did you know that LSD is a really effective weight loss drug? How am I supposed to eat if there's a dragon guard in the fridge? LSD doesn't make dragons guard things for you. I like 10 things I hate about you. Tolstoy, the INFJ, didn't rate Shakespeare. I mean, it's conceivably possible, I guess, that Tolstoy was an INFJ, but one of the things that INFJs typically have is concision. Regardless, we'd have to engage in some, you know, vigorous analysis to make any determination about that. And even then, it would be specious, questionable, because obviously we wouldn't be able to type him, he's dead. But, you know, Just out the gate, INFJ seems a little unlikely. Now, J.K. Rowling, she's an INFJ. Note that the difference is that her books are good. I mean, I think it's fair to say Shakespeare is probably an ENFP. Too prolific for INFP. Too sloppy for ENTP. Like Milton is probably INTP. But Dostoevsky, I haven't really read him, so I don't really know. I have read some Tolstoy. Yeah, a little too prolific for an INFP. Was Shakespeare a drunk? I don't know. I would guess probably not that much of a drunk since he got so much work done. But then again, I got a lot of work done when I was drinking, so who knows? Dr. Seuss, INFP. I don't know what Dr. Seuss is. It's hard to say. Um, I would say probably, if you were going to point to an INFJ, Dr. Seuss isn't a bad choice, but he could be an NTP as well. I don't know. How about Tom York? I don't know who Tom York is. Yeah, they might call it a functioning alcoholic, or they might just call it, Eric syndrome. Tom York. I don't know what Tom York is, what type he is. He's a creep, I would guess. A weirdo? Like, what the hell is he even doing here in this conversation? Am I circumspect? I mean, like, will I share your secrets with others without your permission? I'm pretty circumspect. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You said, do I circumnavigate the globe? No, I don't. Bono is a twat, yeah. 1/3 down, 2/3 to go. What type is Mork from Orc? ENFP, I guess, like Robin Williams,
Who?
Mork from Orc.
Oh, yeah.
And accordingly, not funny.
I used to like Mork and Mindy. But I was little when I was watching
Yeah,
it.
I liked it too when it came out and I was little because I was able to watch it when it first came out, right?
Yeah. And it was in reruns when I was watching it. I was so little. I was like 7. That's all reruns. Like at night. But it's like, it is kid stuff. Nanu, nanu.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Robin Williams was considered a comedian, a funny comedian at the time as well with his stand-up stuff, but he was never funny. I don't know who Cliff Richard is. Oh, you want to know if I am engaged in circumlocution? Is that what you're saying, Phil K? As in circumlocution or poontang location? Which one wins? Circumlocution and poontang location. They're both great dynamite performers. No, when I was cutting out for a second, uh, that was because I was between houses. I went over to the other house, did some painting, came back. I don't know who Cliff Richard is, no.
Would you like a hot pretzel?
No, thank you. So, yes, okay, I am. Since you insist on knowing, it's not a secret or anything. Cliff Richard was a the British Elvis. Who is a Nazi? He's a Nazi. She's a Nazi. Wouldn't you like to be a Nazi too? We're just watching Ryan Seacrest. No, we'll probably stream. I mean, I don't know for sure what's going to happen. That's a long ways away from now. Pretty cat. That's days from now, I think. Obviously, nobody knows what they're doing several days from now. Who's the Nazi? Are you saying Hitler is a Nazi? Yeah, Hitler was a Nazi. Bing, bing, bing. You got one. You want to try to play name more Nazis? What about Goebbels? His name doesn't look like it should be have an R in it at all. But my father's not a Nazi.
Yeah.
My father is dead, and he was, an American, a patriot. He served in the U.S. Navy and the U.S. military.
Yeah.
He was in the Navy on a boat near Korea during the Korean War, but he didn't actually see any action. Which would make the deceased statement accurate. Well, it's true that Hitler's deceased and my father's deceased, but deceasedness is not unique to Hitler, ergo, we cannot conclude that Hitler was my father. Is lagging bad there, you say? Well, I mean, maybe the disconnect caused a problem. I don't know. Let me see if I can fix something or something. It's okay now, Chris Coneman. Gerbils. No gerbils, thank you. I don't have any gerbils. Don't want any gerbils. I have 2 cats. That's all the gerbils I need. I think the 2 cats are probably more gerbil than I need. But, once you got a couple cats, then you got cats. You got to take care of them. You got to love them and pet them. You got to watch them eat. You got to listen to them meow at you. It's not a fate I would wish upon anybody. Do I know Olivia Newton-John? Yes, I do. I'm familiar with who she is. Putty Cat, I don't know when I'm making steak, okay? Maybe for New Year's Eve we'll make steaks. I think Rachel would probably appreciate that because I think she's a little disappointed at my failure to even mention that it was Christmas Day. It's like I was just painting all day on Christmas, and I think Rachel was hoping for a little bit more engagement with the holiday than that total absence of it.
I was really not feeling well, so.
Oh, okay, I thought you were a little bit upset that I hadn't done it.
No, it was weird that it didn't feel like Christmas at all. But I wasn't feeling well. But I just have one request. I just want to be your New Year's kiss.
Of course, darling. Do I think Olivia Newton-John was ENFJ or ESFJ? I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about her to say. I'm not sure what she was. Except that her parents named her middle name Newton because she was such a huge fan of Fig Newtons. How do we know that Rachel hasn't been compromised by a certain regime? Which regime might that be? Would it be Canada? I'm pretty sure Rachel hasn't been compromised by Canada. Well, you know what? She wasn't physical, Putty Cat. She got physical. And she encouraged others to do the same.
Yeah.
She said, let's get physical, physical. I want to get popsicles. Let me get some popsicles. ONJ was beautiful. Was she? Olivia Newton-John? Was she? She was the one in Greece, right? Like the main girl character?
Mm-hmm.
I always thought that was kind of a weird casting decision, frankly.
Did you?
I mean, why was that girl the main character?
Because she's, like a Sandra D type.
Yeah, but was she like Sandra Dee though, really?
I don't think so.
I think they could have cast that better. I think they could have cast, instead of Olivia Newton-John, I think they should have cast, um, they should have cast, let's go with, Pat Benatar. I think Eric's jealous of her. Am I jealous of Olivia Newton-John? I'm not jealous of Olivia Newton-John. Grease was filmed at Acacia's High School, and Conan said I'm not happy because she was Australian. I don't think I mean, now that you mention it, it sounds like a fact I at some point knew, but I certainly wasn't thinking of that when I said she wasn't necessarily the best choice. Summer loving, you're the one that I want. Bam, bam, bam. Is it true that Eric will play Jimmy Carter in Carter's documentary? No. No. I'm going to play Eric in all of the movies. So, whatever your movie is, doesn't matter. It could be improved by a cameo of Eric scolding you. Hi, Simple Girl. Hopelessly devoted to you. Well, come in. I appreciate that, but I'm taken. Maybe you need to be hopelessly devoted to somebody else. I don't know, maybe John Travolta? Thought about that? Jamie Carter was a carpenter, so wasn't Jesus. Carter was not a carpenter. He was a peanut farmer. And Jesus Christ, his primary job was preacher. Yes, he originally started out in carpentry, but he was bad at it. That's why he quit. He kept getting splinters. When he tried to make a chair and he'd end up making a table by accident.
Good morning, Simple Girl. Hey, Keisha.
Jimmy cracked corn, but he didn't even care. He never stopped there. He never stopped what? Being a carpenter? Really? Apparently he didn't hear about the whole, like, turning fishes into Big Macs or whatever it was he did. He got busy doing all kinds of Jesus stuff. He's like, I'm so glad to be done with that carpentry. I kept hitting my hand with the hammer. It's like you denying the whale evolution thing all over again. Well, I mean, I'm not just denying whale evolution. I am denying evolution in general. I'm not really denying it, I'm just saying the truth about it, which is it fails to explain adequately.
Oh, good. So, did you get mad at me at all? Okay, good.
Oh, well. I'm sorry I got mad at you.
No, I thought like because you were listening to the stream that I was
Oh,
on.
that one.
Yeah, and I was like, oh no.
Well, you did mention your ex-boyfriend, but that's not a crime, you know. The ESFJ.
Yeah.
I didn't listen to that much more of it because I didn't listen to it on the way back. So,
Okay, cool.
why is there more on there that would upset me?
No, I really don't think that there
I don't think
is.
there's anything on there that would upset me at all.
No.
But he denies that they previously walked on land, Putty.
He only walked on water?
Okay. Well, coin operated. I guess that I get that you're a hateful, vile, spiteful shit, but that's your last chance to be that. Good riddance.
How's my stomach trouble?
So that's the kind of shit that you encounter sometimes on the internet. Like this coin operated person is obviously somebody who's been a hater or spiteful person for a long time under some different name. Is familiar with some of the shit that went on in my life. Um, it just goes to show you. It's like at least I know that I hate myself. That guy, he has no idea how much he hates himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be going after me, right? It's like the only people who go after me are people who don't like the truth, don't like don't like being corrected, don't want to acknowledge that I engage in the process correctly. So it's like if somebody corrects me and I'm wrong, no problem. I'm always happy to update my paradigm. But most people aren't like that, and I'm sure at some point I eviscerated his bullshit, and he got butthurt. And not my fault. He's weak as fuck. Usually, people that attack others are projecting something, in my opinion. Well, I mean, in this case, I think that he's clearly expressing insecurity, anger at somebody being an intellectual. But yeah, I was like, that's better than you can't face the reality about yourself. If you are super good at facing reality by yourself, that might not necessarily play out well. So, you know, Rachel's not enjoying Lucky Charms. No, she's having a pretzel. Uh, one of those big pretzels that you get. They're hot pretzel. It's soft. I mean, the thing is, if you're gonna try to hit below the belt regarding my dad, you could you could come up with just about anything and be a better way to get at me than that. Like, all right, it's true that after my dad killed himself, I didn't wash up the blood. Cameron had to do anything he could do. I wanted to both have something for him to do and didn't want to do that myself. But I feel not bad about that at all. I have shit tons of stuff about my dad that I feel terrible about that you could actually successfully trigger me on. But Maybe. I mean, probably not that guy or some random person, But regardless, that is not something I feel guilty about at all.
Thanks, K.E. This is my sleeping hair. However, my hair is sleeping with a big scrunchie.
They are quite good, aren't they, those pretzels?
Yeah, they are.
They come with large salts, but
It doesn't last for
it
long.
doesn't last very long. Right. You run out of large salts pretty quickly.
No mustard on mine. I feel like I don't know. I do sometimes.
More rain a coming. What's that?
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of. I don't know. That kind of excites me.
Yeah, I'm happy about it. I like weather. I feel bad saying that while Eric was talking about his dad. I had you guys muted. Saying what? Oh, that I don't care. That didn't. That's fine. The only reason I'm talking about my dad is because that guy, coin operated, was trying to attack me on that ground. So it's like it doesn't. That doesn't really bother me because it just whatever anybody else could say about to me about that whole subject. I'm vastly more efficacious at holding myself accountable than anybody else could ever possibly be. But so it's like it doesn't bother me in actuality of the thing. It's just so obviously crossing a line, and it's just as soon as you start going there, you're basically just forsaking all your own humanity, right? You're saying like, I'm a completely venomous shitbag. Who knows who it is? Could be that Queen's Gambit guy under a different name. He hated me because I correctly called his engagement with ideas about cognitive functions weak. It was weak. It was incredibly weak. It was just nightmarishly weak. And could be like Jeff Shaw. He could not stand the fact that I positioned myself as knowing things, explaining things, being correct or whatever. He could not stand it so much. Didn't matter what I said. Every single thing I said, he was going to say, "Well, you got it wrong this time again, Eric." But like, if somebody, it doesn't matter. If I typed a given person in a typing session, like I don't know, like ESTP, he immediately launch in with like, Eric made a good effort, tried his best, but he really just doesn't understand things. Like that kind of shit over and over again. Eventually, he started getting super mad and spiteful because I started just hiding his comments, removing them, deleting them, or whatever. And then eventually I just had to hide him completely because he was just getting unhinged. It could be Jeff Shaw under a different name. Could be Queen's Gambit. It's undoubtedly somebody who's wrong, and you didn't want to be told that. But I can't guarantee that's the case, but probably, right? That's what is going to trigger that kind of response from somebody. They feel like I disrespected them or something like that, which I get is, I can feel mad at people online sometimes too. But I would never do anything like that. I mean, that's obviously a losing proposition. You know, what the coroner recommended. I guess it was the coroner. I'm not sure who it was actually. Some guy from some county thing. He recommended we hire a service to clean up the mess,
yeah.
the blood. There was a specific service that does that job. You could hire them, so because a lot of people find it very traumatizing to deal with
I
that.
mean, it is. I think it is.
I was happy enough not to clean it up myself, but I think a somewhat substantial reason why I asked Cameron to do it was because Cameron wanted something to do. You know, he wanted to help, and I didn't really want to do that thing anyway. So I mean, it didn't. I don't think it wasn't even like something that I was dreading or thought would be particularly traumatizing. It's just I don't know. I guess I thought it would be a way the camera could help, and that'd be both for his sake and mine, you know. Because he was pretty tight with my dad.
Mm-hmm.
It will take me forever to do a pull up. Leg day is my least favorite day. Today is back and biceps day for me. My Sunday is devoted towards no muscles at all. Zero muscle Sunday.
What's up? Sunday?
Zero muscle Sunday. Kay's working on her legs. No, I'm sorry. Putty Cat's working on his legs. No, Putty Cat's working on back and biceps. Whereas KE is looking forward to leg day. You know, Rachel and I, we don't normally have an exercise schedule.
No.
We're doing a good job if we just simply exercise our right to party.
Yeah.
Is that a doll behind me?
Thanks, TJ. I take that as a compliment.
It's an angel, actually.
Thanks. Aw, it's good to have you home.
It's good to be home. You know, it was a bad luck night.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. I just normally when I lose at poker, it's because I'm bad at poker. But tonight, I got some bad beats, got some unlucky stuff. You know, it's fine. I feel dumb, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal.
Why do you feel dumb?
Because I went and lost money at the poker place.
Yeah, but I feel like
We're still ahead from that 23, you know, but
that's good. And I feel like you had an issue you had to scratch. Not that you should always act on impulse. That people should always act on impulse, but you clearly really wanted to go.
well, basically, I was thinking, um, I'll be winding down the Adderall bottle relatively soon, you know, and I probably don't have another. I think I probably wasn't gonna be thwacked enough and inclined to go again before next month, so I might as well go because the football game was turning out terrible. The Colorado BYU game. You know,
Stinks.
Colorado's getting spanked.
Damn, what happened?
I just think BYU is a better team. I think Probably Colorado overperformed a bit this year.
Okay.
I would imagine that they won a couple games they shouldn't have probably, and had kind of an easier schedule than people thought, etc. They
Oh.
still had a good record, but uh, the last two games they played, they got beat pretty good by both Kansas and BYU. Yeah, they were just more talented. Like, the Buffs defense could not stop them.
Excuse me, trouble.
I wonder if Deion Sanders is going to go coach in the NFL now. To coach his son and his son's friends stuff. That is pretty good. Did a pretty good job of trying to get high here. Getting high just isn't something that just happens. More talented at evil, maybe. Dion to the Bears, Jets, Giants. I don't know. Prove it. Prove what? Do you want me to prove that Deion Sanders is going to coach in the NFL? I don't even know if he is. I'm just positing that maybe. But asking a question. Will he? He might stay in college. Uh, he might stay in college one more year to coach his other son. But I don't know. He doesn't seem to care about that son that much. Oh, good job getting high. Thank you. I'm not gonna quit right now. I'm not gonna be one of the. I'm not gonna be a good enough Gary. I'm not gonna be a mediocre melodian. Melodian. No. Instead, I'm gonna push to attain excellence in my getting high, not just mediocrity. No sage hello, no sage hello. Getting my mobility back had given me my life back, even though I fall off the wagon often. Is the wagon the thing providing you mobility? I know, Sage. If so, then I'm not even sure if it is your mobility. What do you got never thought of Mormons as being evil? Well, they don't like Indians very much. I mean, Native American Indians. Every time I get sick, but social pressure works on me to get me to do the necessary suffering required. Eric, do you have a little red wagon? I do not have a little red wagon, nor do I have a big red wagon, nor a wagon of any size or color. I do have a big pusher, which is kind of like a wagon without walls. Ever heard about the time the Mormons massacred a bunch of travelers from Arkansas? No, I haven't heard about that. I'm guessing they didn't have a good enough reason. Oh no, the Mormons are massacring everybody again. Oh.
Oh.
Tell the rest of the wagon train to turn around. Like, the whole party from Arkansas is dead. Let's just get out of here. They had a bunch of other states with them, but the other states were smart enough to backtrack and try again in a different direction.
I didn't understand why it wasn't pronounced Arkansas.
Right. They were trying to trick the U.S. government into thinking the Native Americans did it so the U.S. would help them rid the land of natives. Yeah, I know that they really don't like the Indians, the Mormons. It's like written into their books that God burned their skin because he doesn't like them. So yeah, I mean, fuck the Mormons historically, but yeah, nowadays the Mormons aren't like that. The Mormons are relentlessly nice. Was the Arkansas Massacre part of the Oregon Trail? I mean, it should be part of the game Oregon Trail, but it's not. You should have. It should be possible to get massacred by Mormons, or it's also should be possible in Oregon Trail for a couple of Mormon men to come and marry all of your women. You all need to clean up around there. Do we? I don't feel like I need to clean up.
I swept last night in the kitchen.
Good, thank you. How clean of you. Have you ever been non-Mormon living in Salt Lake? I feel if you did, you would hate Mormons. No, I've not had any non-Mormon living in Salt Lake. I uh, I only live in. I've only lived in California. Well, briefly in China. And but college was in California, and so was the rest of everything. Mr. Tahoe doesn't approve of the Mormonites. Well, there's a lady who taught with me at Rebay who worked across the hallway from me, named Mrs. Murphy, Jamie Murphy. She and her family were Mormons, and very nice people. But I will say that, guess what ended up happening? Jamie Murphy divorced her husband and ended up with this Armenian guy. I'm a non-Mormon living in California. Mormons today are super deceitful. Ask them about the weird stuff they believe and they'll deny it. Then show them proof from their text and they'll have a pre-planned response for what they denied. Um, well, I remember I asked her one time about the polygamy thing. Like, do Mormons really do polygamy? And she's like, no, no. That was the only reason the Mormons ever married more than one woman was because back in the early times of it, we were at war with probably the Indians, and too many of the men died. So, in order to continue the Mormon ways, um, there's only like one man for every 10 women. So that's the story she told me about it. I'm sure it's bullshit, but
Yeah, that's like a script they say.
Yeah. So I do know that they've got a variety of weird white clothing rituals and stuff, and you have to be purified according to Mormons to be allowed to go do that stuff. You gotta qualify as a Mormon in good standing, I guess. One man for 10 women. And that's the thing. I don't understand why anybody would want to marry more than one woman.
Isn't it a lot to handle?
I mean, like you and I have as bump free a relationship that I've ever encountered in the world. We don't fight at all. So little that when recently, because I was being a baby, I got mad at you for being asleep when I was awake. Now you're all like, oh no, I hope you're not mad at me. But the thing is, we so rarely have conflict. I'm so rarely mad at you that it just takes it happening like 2 times and
Yeah, I'm push shy.
yeah, you're pushing. You're not push shy, but yeah.
Not yeah, not in the literal sense, but like
Yeah.
yeah, like I'm definitely a little nervous that you're mad at me. I like think to myself, I'm like, because I've been watching Love Is Blind too, so there are people who like match with people and they like legitimately like do not like the person, and I'm like, oh my god, does Eric secretly like not like me? I know that I don't handle criticism well.
Well, I, as I said then, I'll repeat again. I am sorry that um, my fussiness got the better of me, and I kind of lashed out at you a little bit. It may be the case that when I'm tired and feeling emotional and stuff like that, that that I get like I guess codependent or something. But that's not your problem. That's my problem. I need to stop. And additionally, um, that only happens when it's at a certain point in the post Adderall cycle. So it's a cult tactic, of course. Being secret about your actual beliefs is the biggest red flag there is. I mean, is it? Like, I'm not sure that being secretive about your beliefs is a huge red flag. Like, for example, Alcoholics Anonymous started out as being very fixated on the anonymous part because there was a big stigma and people felt as though they had to hide that part of their life or else face unreasonable amounts of judgment or something. I don't know. Well, not really understood that way anymore. I don't think people are as. There are plenty of people who are recovering alcoholics, addicts, whatever, um, and they're not necessarily anonymous. Like Steve Sarkeesian, he was drunk on the sidelines when he was coaching at SC. Now he's sober coaching Texas. He's not. He doesn't really get shit for having been an alcoholic, right? But the thing is, the key point I'm trying to make is that just because something does its business in secret doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. Although, in general, I'm also very much opposed to secrecy.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Freemasons a cult? I don't know. I'm not being secret about beliefs. It's being secret about the information you want to share with her. All right, fair enough. You're right about that. It's a good distinction to make. You're right. I mean, I agree with you in practice in like most every instance. We need the light of day to make sure shit's above board. But it's also the case that many, if not most, organizations try to keep some shit under wraps, and like for almost every business you can think of, there's some kind of employees only section in the background where it's not set up for presentation, you know? That's not being secret about beliefs either, granted, but I mean, beliefs is, I don't know. If you're used to people making fun of your ridiculous beliefs, it kind of makes some sense that you wouldn't want to tell people. Well, I'm going to go ahead and extend No Sage's answer from before. That's a recipe, that's not a belief. You know what I'm saying? Putty cat. I need a beverage. I'm going to get one from over there. I just don't know what kind of beverage.
I'm good. Yeah,
You
I'm
have keeper.
eating and drinking weird stuff because I'm trying to be healthy.
Whoa. I'm not sure those are beliefs either. The thing of it is, the way he put it, it's super narrowly construed to only really apply to, religions, political ideologies. That's about it. What am I doing? Getting a drink. Why am I doing it? Because I want one. When am I doing it? Now. Okay. What I need to do is, yeah. What drink do I want? I will get. I will get one of these. Of course, you're my special angel bottoms. Who else could possibly be your special angel bottoms?
I don't know. No one, but
Look, I'm sorry. I got mad at you. That was my fault. Because normally you can rely on me to only get mad at you if you do something wrong, but in that instance, without any just cause, I had hurt feelings.
I know. I just need some reassurance.
Oh, I will reassure you all you want, darling.
Thank you.
I am obviously devoted to you beyond all measure. That's why I got upset at you, right? It's because why?
I wasn't even with you.
Because you weren't. You may have just been in the other room, but that wasn't close enough.
Thanks, No Sage.
I don't think Christians are typically secretive about their beliefs. Maybe Catholics. I think it'd be fair to say that within the Vatican, there's some beliefs that they formally affirm that they don't really want to talk about because they seem a little ridiculous, maybe. Devil says, I'm proud of you both, doing my work for you. Well, we're actually not doing the devil's work. Indeed, we're doing God's work because I am here to correct people who are wrong when they're wrong. explain to them why they're wrong. Rachel's here to speak the truth as well, inform the world about important things, whether it be her dismay, disillusionment,
Yeah.
anger at Blake Lively.
Okay. I still don't like her, but there could have been dirty stuff that happened to her that I feel bad about.
Neil Banerjee, what are you doing? Well, we are sitting. Well, it would depend on what specific thing I'm right about, Devil. So every specific advocacy or affirmation, um, any kind of open question about which one can attain an outcome by a discourse. Well, those matters, they each have their own warrants and stuff. So it depends on what specific thing I'm right about that you want to know an explanation for. If you mean why I'm so frequently right, or why I'm so uniquely capable of correcting and being correct, well, that's because of a multiplicity of factors. How do you know that God is real? That's not something one knows. Knowledge is a form of paying attention. You can know with your intuition or you can know with your memory, but to know something is actually less robust than, say, to determine something.
That should be a new. That should really be no, Pudica. That was a good message. Like I honestly think that seeking Sasquatch should be a new reality TV show.
Seeking Sasquatch can be dangerously. I like it. I like the strange inclusion of the adverb. The bodies of two men, 3759, were found in Gifford Pinchot National Forest in Washington State. They were Sasquatch hunting and they died.
That's that story.
They died of starvation and old age because they had been hunting Sasquatches for too long.
Yeah, they were. Do you think it was the Sasquatch or just Mother Nature stepping in and being like, "You guys need to give it up"?
I mean, the thing to remember in this age is that Devil hasn't responded to something he needed to address. So I answered his question with the best answer because you don't know something like that. Knowing's a form of paying attention. You might determine something like that, but you can't successfully determine it via reason or rationality. Otherwise, it wouldn't require faith. I didn't elucidate all of that, but he should have asked some kind of follow up question. So, since he didn't address what I said, just assume he's just here to piss you off or whatever. He's not serious.
Jeez, Liam McKee.
Um, Devil, you don't determine that God exists. I'm saying determination of something is actually stronger than knowledge, but obviously you can only determine things either subjectively, in which case that's fine. If you want to determine subjectively that God exists because you want him to exist, that's fine. You can't determine that God exists objectively or via disinterested calculus because if you were able to do that, then it wouldn't require faith. And God definitionally is that which engaging with requires faith. I'm not rage baited at all. I'm just I'm just correcting Devil. And why do you have faith then? I mean, faith is a behavior. One would be as silly to justify to engaging in faith-based behaviors as one would be silly to justify going jogging. I'm going jogging because I feel like it. One doesn't need to justify behaviors because they're not advocacies. Get it? Hopefully you understand.
Hi, Winston's mom.
It's pretty straightforward. Something I've, you know, corrected lots of people on all sides of the spectrum about over the years. Well, I mean, I think there are plenty of people in government who genuinely are wanting to be helpful, but, you know, wanting to be helpful, intending to fill that role is not a good way to, it does not correlate strongly in, hmm, you know. So am I wrong in not having faith in God then? Of course not. You can't be wrong about that. It's not an affirmation. I've already explained this. It's like anybody who thinks they know what your faith behavior should be is just like somebody saying they know whether you should go jogging or not. Obviously, only you know that. Only you can decide that. No, no, Sage. You can't. It's not wrong. Incorrect. You don't. Listen, trust me. If you think you've gotten like you're so ahead of the game with God that you can tell other people what their relationship with God should be, well then, you've taken dumbass pills by the dozen today. No, no, no. That's hubris. I say hubris. Okay, you need to remember, No Sage, that God, Jesus, religion is a magical thinking frame. So you have faith that you need to obey God, etc., and that any disobedience on your part is wrong and all that stuff, right? That's what you have faith in. But note, you can't both have faith in it and believe you can universalize it, right? It doesn't work like that. That's not how good thinking works. You need to be better than that. No, I'm not referencing that at all. I'm not referencing justified true belief at all. I'm saying, in fact, knowledge is not justified true belief. Knowledge is a way of paying attention. Determination is not justification for true belief. It is, in fact, a way of paying attention. You can be disinterested. You can be objective in your knowledge, intuition, instead of your own experience. But that doesn't make you correct. Well, it's certainly plausible, devil, that you don't commit crime either because you don't need to and it's an inconvenient way to accomplish things, or number two, you're deterred by punishments for those crimes, or number three, you are trying to garner people's trust so that later you can defraud them and commit a crime. Okay, well, if that's what you feel the need to do, then obviously you need to stop talking to God and start listening to God because He doesn't like that. He doesn't want you to be so sure that you have been informed by your relationship with Him that you know what how other people should engage in. No, no, no. No, absolutely not. We can only do virtue and value ethics, right? So it's like you could say you have to uphold values, specifically justice, by not violating rights. That's something we don't need God to explain, right? The normative moral ethics of negative rights do not require God. They just require, and in fact are predicated upon an axiom like slavery is wrong. Positive moral considerations, stuff like virtue, well, that doesn't universalize. So, um, it doesn't. If let's say you imagine, say, preaching the gospel as a virtue, virtues don't universalize. So, no, sorry. And no matter what you think you believe about God and Jesus and everything, what I know about God and Jesus and everything is that they are so irritated by people who think their magical thinking frame is is something to tell other people about or explain, like, you know, no, you must deal with God this way or else you're going to hell, stuff like that. Obviously you don't know as well as I do what God wants. You're predicating what you're saying on some bullshit you read probably in the Bible or something. I'm predicating what I'm saying on things that make sense. And God makes sense, most of all. God's not a shitty dumbass. Let's all agree on that. God is not a shitty dumbass. And accordingly, he does not condone your proselytizing. He just thinks, oh God. Why can't they all be like Eric? I'm sure that's what they're saying right now. God, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost.
Wow.
They're all sitting around being like, I wish they could all be like that guy. He's correct about everything, including us, and how others and he and anyone should both think about us, engage with us, understand the limits of our engagement. In other words, at no point should you be making affirmations that are justified by religious stuff. Nobody should ever be convinced if your reason is God. So, in no case is it acceptable for you to justify, say, morality with God or anything else with God. Because if you're making an argument of some kind and you expect another person to be convinced by it, it can't include your magical thinking frame, obviously. Stained glass. Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. It's not fire.
Pick up your buns.
Sure. No, I don't think you heard what I said. What I said is it can be derived from an axiom. An axiom means it's not justified or proved by anything. It's accepted as sort of a priori true, and then you can deduce everything else from there. The thing is, you're doing exactly the same thing, except your axiom doesn't infer the thing you're deducing from it, right? In other words, you're saying, if we accept my understanding of God, then all of morality follows from that. Except you're wrong. It doesn't follow from that. You can't defend it even with God because there's no reason to prefer your specific understanding of it. On the other hand, morality does actually follow from an axiom and is reasonable, is rationally determined. Not positive morality, obviously, that doesn't universalize. So it might be universally, in some sense, generally good to be forgiving, but that doesn't make it true in any given instance that being forgiving is, say, morally obligatory. When you evaluate in terms of moral status, obligatory, permissible, impermissible, it just qualifies as permissible. I need to go to the mental institution? I am not going to let you out, Jump the Fence. I'm sorry. I don't want to let you out. I'm busy. I'm doing this. That's not true, no sage. I mean, what do you think morality is? Morality is the calculation of normative statuses. So, the way that I always calculate normative statuses, which is to say, the way I explain why something has a given moral status, that is in fact uh, that example disproves what you're saying. That example is morality not derived from God. Do not need it. Not for negative morality. And the good thing is, you don't want morality to be predicated on some magical thinking frame, because then it's up to whoever is the more respected scholar on the Bible gets to be correct about what's wicked and what's decent and what's not, you know? So that's why we don't ever want nobody, no matter how religious you are, nobody should ever try to think that you can't you can't determine morality without God, because we can only determine morality without God if we want it to make sense, if we want things to be correct, if we want to actually uphold justice. It doesn't address the question of God at all. And beyond all of that, there's some kind of biological thing, you know? People people have the capacity to, in fact, the inability not to, uh, be appalled by things, you know? People hold things precious, and it's implicitly part of the human experience to have some capacity for putting yourself in the other person's shoes. And, you know, people are sometimes traumatized by horrible things they see, even if it's just in a movie or something. You say morality is the collection of thoughts. No, that's not the correct thing to say. Morality is a status that we afford to things, right? Like, so when there's a prospective action, somebody's proposing, like, I'm going to possibly take this action. We use normative ethics of some sort to explain why that action is morally impermissible, morally permissible, or morally obligatory. What you think of as morality, what you're trying to say is, but how can it be absolutely the case without God? Well, if it requires God, it cannot be absolutely the case, because people have different understandings of that, and nobody can win the argument, right? Whereas with reason, if we accept the axiom that people are born owning their own bodies and that slavery is impermissible, then, you know, all of your natural rights arguments, your negative rights protections and stuff, those all follow from property rights. No, I mean, all normative claims are oughts and rights, okay, and wrongs. That's what makes them normative as opposed to prescriptive or descriptive, is that they're about what's morally correct. So, for example, we could talk about why you should not steal. I'm thinking about stealing from this liquor store. What do you guys think? You might say you should not steal because it's a sin. But I might then tell you, well, not in my religion. In my religion, it's not a sin. It doesn't mention it at all. Now what? You can't win the argument that your religion is the better religion. And that's why we can never justify moral claims of any kind with religion. Because after all, then we're just saying nobody gets to win this argument. Nobody gets to be correct, even though some people are definitely correct. If we say instead, the reason you shouldn't do that is because it violates the property rights of the store owner, then we have an actual explanation. They go, well, okay, well, am I going to be able to use that argument when it's my turn to be stolen from? Yes, absolutely you will. Because that argument actually universalizes. And that's the difference between um, actual morality, which is not based on God, and the idea that if it's going to be meaningful, it has to have some impact beyond the experiential, beyond the causing of suffering, beyond um, beyond the intellectual or rational, beyond the underlying the way in which that works as an underlying foundation for a free and civil society. Those things are all add plenty of importance to it. We don't need to be like, well, I refuse to accept that stealing is wrong unless God disapproves. We have these terms, right and wrong. We understand that things can be wicked and that we can explain why without turning to a Bible or a Quran or the Buddha's book of badassery or whatever it was called, you know.
Do you think that Global 5 test was wrong?
About what? About you? Was it a bad test? Yeah, it was a bad test.
Okay. Because, like,
Did some of the things that they describe you pretty well? You seem to think they describe you a lot.
yeah.
And I didn't. I heard a couple of things that were wrong, but
right, they're
but it seemed not totally inaccurate, but it seemed wildly inaccurate about me.
I was gonna say, cause like I don't know, like I'm asking ChatGPT about it now, and it's just that like our personality types aren't good together.
Those the big five things?
Yeah.
Those aren't real personality types. That doesn't refer to anything. It's just bullshit. The thing about think about it this way, Rachel. Like if I have a test and give it to 10 people and give all 10 people the same exact description, give everybody the same exact description, at least 2 or 3 people in that 10 are going to be like, wow, what a great test. It's got me pegged. You know, maybe 1 or 2 of them because they have confirmation bias going on, and the other one maybe because it accurately describes them. But the thing is, you shouldn't put any weight in the test at all, because if it were a good test, it wouldn't be accurate about one person and totally inaccurate about another person. That's just a crapshoot. So even if it accurately described you, it's not the case that it accurately described you. It's that you happen to get an accurate description. You can't, yeah, you can. Christianity is true. Every other is false. Just seek truth and do research. You will find Christ. You're rambling your own ideas is futile. I mean, I'm a Christian, Zulza. So I don't think you are, because if you were, you understand your beliefs as faith based, but you don't. So I'm assuming you're just bullshitting.
Now we're not talking about MBTI. We're talking about the global big, like global 5 one that we most recently took.
All right, look, I'm tired of arguing with Christians who are wrong about Christianity. You be wrong about it. You'll know I'm not here saying, um, let me explain to you out the gate how to be Christians. You just fail so dramatically and utterly by thinking that you need God to. He's like, you're not understanding God or morality. And then that other guy being like, oh, you can prove God, or God is the only right. Blah, blah. You know what? It's like, and the thing you're doing is not faith, and you need to just stop claiming to be religious at all. You're claiming instead that God, religion stuff, is actually science. But it's not, dumbass. And Jesus will forgive you for being such a dumbass. I'm not sure I will. I probably will. I'm sure God is chomping at the bit. Jesus is very forgiving, I know. But God, I'm sure, is like, oh my God. Oh my me. I have got to send some plagues down to these fuckers with their wrongness about religion. Don't they get it? They just need to listen to Eric. He's speaking the truth. I'm sure that's what they're saying right now. But the answer is no, they don't get it. They don't listen to Eric. And that's to their detriment, to all of our detriments. Because they go around being wrong about Christianity, giving Christianity a bad name and Christians a bad name, fetishizing the Bible, ignoring the truth that I'm explaining to them about faith, about behaviors, about affirmations, about justifications, etc. And just continue spewing nonsense. Just stop it. Listen to Eric and hear what he says. Understand that he's correct. And that's one to grow on. It might even be more than one to grow on. Could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 to grow on. Who knows? Oh, sweet urination. Wonderful and true. Just and fine. Good and fair. I love you, urination. You bring all the boys to the yard. You're the milkshake of my life. And you bring all the boys to the yard. Stevie Wonder. I don't know if you guys have heard, but rumor has it Stevie Wonder, fake blind. He's just putting on a dog and pony show because he knows blind musicians get a 10% boost for their blindness. Get Ray Charles, for example. Blind? Yes. Successful? Oh, yeah, he was. What about that band Blind Melon? They're blind, but they have that one song. But at this point, I think we all are in agreement with Eric. Yea, the blind shall see, and the deaf shall hear. For Eric is speaking, and were they but to listen to him, they too could be correct. Amen. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Just listen. Just listen to me and understand that I'm correct. Proverbs 3, 5, 6, exactly. And lo, did Eric speaketh the truth unto the heathens, and lo, but they did not listen. And God was angry, and the Holy Ghost was frustrated. And Jesus said, forgive them, Father. They know not what they do. And God said, But how can they not know what they do? Eric's explaining it to them right now. He's doing a fabulous job of it, and they're not listening. And at that point, even Jesus was like, "Yeah, I mean, I feel you, dude. I don't know, man. I almost every once in a while kind of wish you'd throw a few plagues down, but don't do it. I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying there was some merit occasionally to your hard-assed ways. I'm not drunk, you dumbass. You need to correct your wrongness, right? Stop offending God with your presumption. Just stop it. So if you don't like it, Zulza, go away, obviously. Right? God says, let he who is without sin throw the first stone. You obviously are just sinning away willy-nilly here. So you should not be throwing stones at me. How else am I supposed to live, Winston's mom? If I don't do the best I can with the time I have, I will have failed myself. Well, remember, Kate, that you're in a phase now, right? So there may come a time when you feel like looking into life fallow for a while. I was a big doer for a long time too. There's something to be said for taking one's time. I know, Kay, you're not listening to me. Nobody wants to listen to Eric. What I said is be aware that there may come a time in your life when you start to recognize some of the advantages of lying fallow. I didn't come across this time in my life till after my parents died, you know? I'm not sure that my current status quo is still benefiting a lot from letting shit lie fallow, but it certainly did for a while. You know, I needed to let it lie fallow. I'm just saying to you that don't be so obsessed with the fact that you only have one life that you forget to live all the rich, chewy parts of it, which include things that are not action oriented. And if action oriented stuff is fine for you now, then great. That's great. But, you know, we just start to slow down as we get older. Human beings, I mean. Now in my 50s, I don't know. I guess I have a bit of a different perspective on my own experiences. Like, when you just kind of go through life doing this, and then this leads into that, and then you do this, and then you do that, and do this. At some point, you stop and you go, wait, what is all this? How is this all part of the same story? Like, what's going on here exactly? You kind of start to want a little bit more purposefulness. By which I mean, doing things more more on purpose and less stumbling into them kind of shit, Yeah, well, you know, it's like that song I wrote, too much noise in the data stream. Loud enough, to disrupt everybody's dreams. Temptation, mistakes are made until it seems everybody's throwing shade. What's the lyric in that one? Good. I used to think that there be. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. That's the thing, right? It's like because that it doesn't work out that way. It doesn't work out that things that are begun and worked on for some stretch of time, but aren't necessarily ever resolved in full. Those kind of things you'll never get back to them. You'll never go back and finish those things. And understanding that tomorrow is not going to afford you time for yesterday. Um, I don't know. In this at this moment in my life, less so in this moment, but at this point in my life, things give me a little more pause. And I wasn't even trying to tell you don't be you, do you, whatever. Obviously, you're gonna do you, but just saying, it's not necessarily the case that you're always gonna be that way. Hello, cannabis brother. Would you like to smoke a bowl? Like right now, I'm pretty tired. But you know what? I'm not always going to be this way. Some point later on, I'll be rested again. Hi, TGRB. I will smoke. I feel tired. I feel tired like somebody who hasn't gotten enough sleep. And like somebody who's been doing some physical labor, doing some painting at the rental. Got most of the kitchen done being painted, which is pretty good. And I got the living room, the hallway done. I need to deal with the bathroom. Then probably the bedrooms, or at least one or two of the bedrooms. I'm not sure if I'll do them all. Is Hulk Hogan real or fictitious? I mean, obviously, a real guy manifests that character not just as a character, but as his whole identity, really. Is he still alive? I don't know. If he's still alive, then I guess he's real. Oh, we're just listening to some music. It's like, what is that? What is that? Sounds pretty good, actually. I'm curious to what it is. Oh, these balls. God. I guess it's narrow urethra. Like super cloggy. We have a category called Premier Host. Let me see. Yeah, Premier Host, huh? Well, I don't know. Thing is, that place sleeps 138 per night. That house sleeps 6. Has one bathroom, but it has 3 bedrooms. It's not nearly as conveniently located. It's not located in town, you know. But you know how if we could get $150 a night for it, that would be nice. We could get 175 a night for it, that'd be great. I think I think prices probably go up during the busy season, come down during the off season. Our neighbors seem to get a fair number of guests at their space. They're renting underneath their house. Is there fishing in the nearbys? I think it's a county matter, Putty Cat. Like our county was floating this idea of a moratorium on vacation rentals because of the low availability of monthly rentals in the county. They ended up nixing the idea of a moratorium, but when we bought this house, we bought it with the understanding that we were not going to be able to use it as a vacation rental, which was fine. We didn't want to use it as such anyway. Sierra Meadows, they get $92. Sierra Meadows, huh? Fresno Flats Historical Park. Oh, that's out down in Ahwahnee. That's not in Mariposa. Yeah, this Madera County. Obviously, stuff's shittier in Madera County. You know, you can't expect. Oh, right. Well, thank you for that, Winston's mom. No, I'm not gonna make sure they're fresh baked cookies. Yeah, we'll get a little bag of like Hershey's Kisses and a couple other little things like that. Something that's cheap to throw together. It's Yosemite, Pretty Cat. It's the main thing that people come to visit up here. So, you know, we're about as close to the entrance to the park as town is because if you come out Triangle Road, you we're maybe a little further away, but not that much further from the entrance to Yosemite from town. As the people come for, but you know they could also be coming up here for like down where we are. There are the roads, the wilderness roads that go into Sierra National Forest. Then there are the wilderness roads that go down Heights Cove. There's a off-road vehicle driving area down there somewhere that I've never been to because the road to it has never been open. But there's also the Savage Lundy Trailhead down there. So right around here, around us, there's a lot of like wilderness shit. But more importantly, if you want to come up and go to Yosemite during the day, maybe like climb a rock or something, then go back to your lodging at night. Well, it's not that far from Yosemite for here. You could get closer if you go to like Mid Pines. Town might be a little closer. How was my Christmas? It was fine. It was fine. It was uneventful. I painted the rental. Rachel wasn't feeling well. Well, I'm gonna try to make it nicer than obviously nicer than it is currently, and I'll try to make it as genuinely appealing as possible. Um, you know, hopefully people will find it appealing. But I'm not necessarily a super good expert at. No, it's not less than 2 hours from LA. It's 5 hours from LA, but it's 3 hours from the Bay Area and 3 hours from Sacramento, and less than 2 hours from Fresno. Regardless, Yosemite is for people who like to climb rocks anyway, is a destination that's, a bucket list kind of destination. So some people, they like climbing rocks a lot. They might go there multiple times a year. Yeah, the fire season, there wasn't really that many fires this year. But I'm not too worried about fire season where we are now because even some few years now after the last fires here, we're still it's still not fuel rich with big trees and mature forests in a lot of places. So we still have burn areas and stuff's coming back at the slow rate that trees come back. We've had wet winters ever since those fires, but not to be confused with Yosemite Sam. Correct. But the other thing is, there is fishing in the county at the, what's that called? The recreation area over there. I forget what it's called. But anyway, you can fish in the county. There's, what else is there to do in the county? Not a whole hell of a lot. You go to town. You could, if you like to shoot guns, you go to the wilderness and do that. Yeah, I have. I didn't catch anything. I only went fishing in the county, I think, one time. Another time I went to Bass Lake, which is in Madera County. There are also things in about the county that I don't know about, obviously. I haven't lived here my whole life. There's a number of little rivers, like I'm not exactly sure where the river that comes out along Dara towards the highway, I'm not sure where it ends up going, but it's just sizable little stream. Starts back here, and comes down this way. Well, the Merced River is, well, that's not this stream right here. Like by the time it gets down to where the bridge is down there by Bootjack, this time of year is pretty sizable. You could certainly kayak down it, I guess. Down there, anyway. As it comes out of here, it goes through these like drops and stuff, like rocks and um, it's like probably narrower and deeper, I guess. If you have a river and a stream, can you pan for gold nearby? Maybe you should play that up in a rental area listing. Maybe. I don't know where they're going to pan for gold nearby. They could try to go on that little stream, but it's like, where exactly would they access it? It's not, it doesn't involve them going on private property. I'm not sure. Not sure. Well, but what am I going to do? I might wrap this up here pretty soon. Maybe play some football. There's a old mine called the Sweetwater mine, I think it's called. It's over there. We've been there before. You can see like the old mine building and stuff that they had, the foundation of it. The thing is, the mine just didn't was continued to be worked by this guy who had an old time claim on it or whatever until 1988, I think it was, and then he died or retired, and ever since it's been in under the control of the county. They don't really do anything with it. They just let it there. I was attempting to play around with Christmas and holidays and sex trade workers. Was Veracruz a hotbed for mining during the gold rush? Yes. It. I don't know if it was a hotbed for mining, but yeah, this was gold country for sure. There probably is gold still. Like, yeah, we have a little stream at the bottom of the gully down there during the wet time of year. I've gone down there before and tried to pull up some pay dirt. The issue is, one of the issues is it's full of fool's gold. So it's full of all these flecks of mica that are floating on the surface, and it's just, oh god, how am I going to separate out any actual gold from all this fool's gold? I know there's more, but I'd like to be able to know I had found gold by looking at its color too. And if it's all full of gold mica flakes, then just forget it. Bondums, huh? I could maybe do some lying down here. Yes, there is Putty Cat, but the thing is, when there's that much fake gold floating around in your dirt, if you're me, you just don't feel confident that you're going to be able to be sure that whatever thing you do separate out is actually gold. You know? So, how you all spend the holidays in chat? Ooh, we hung up chat stockings. We put a chat wreath. All right, I gotta go lie down. I gotta go to sleep. So I'm gonna end this stream now. Thank you all for being here. Hope you have a wonderful day. And it's time for me to go lie down. I'm going to sleep my sleeps until a million years from now. A little sooner than that, but anyway. Goodbye. Good night. I love you all.